Enh.Mitigation of BRIN, Dr. Megho Pinandito, the Honorable Senior Advisor to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, in Division of Sustainable Development and Conservation, Bapak Dr. Fasilus Sapirius Teguh, the Honorable Acting Director of National Institute of Life Science of BRIN, Bapak Iman Hidayat PhD, the Honorable Acting Director of National Institute of Aeronautics and Space of BRIN, Professor Dr. Erna Sri Adiningsih, the Honorable Director, the Japan Society for Promotion of Science, JSPS, Bangkok Office, Thailand, Professor Dr. Yoshi Otani, the Honorable, the Director of Research Institute for Sustainable Humanosphere, Kyoto University, Professor Dr. Masato Shiotani, and Head of Bureau of Legal and Cooperation of BRIN, Ms. Mila Kencana. Distinguished guests, invited speaker, the organizing committee, presenters, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu. First of all, I would like to welcome you all in this virtual event, which are the first international conference of Lignocellulose or Icon-Lig in the conjunction with 10th International Symposium for Sustainable Humanosphere, ISSH, that organized together by JSPS Alumni Association of Indonesia and Research Center for Biomaterials. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2016, Research Center for Biomaterials has organized the National Seminar of Lignocellulose. However, this year we want to elevate the event to be an international seminar. And thus, we are very happy to hold the first international conference of Lignocellulose. Research Center for Biomaterials has also held annually the International Symposium of Sustainable Humanosphere, ISSH, an event that has been initiated in 2011. This symposium is always arranged in collaboration with our important partner, the Research Institute for Sustainable Humanosphere, RISH-Kyoto University. For this year, we extend our network by collaborating with JSPS Alumni Association to host the Icon-Lig in conjunction with the 10 ISSHs. Ladies and gentlemen, Research Center for Biomaterials has strategic task of conducting research and development of superior and functional bio-based material to increase the added value, to seek alternative raw materials, to develop environmentally friendly process, and to collaborate with users in implementation and commercialization for the developed bioproducts. Since January 2017, Research Center of Biomaterials has been officially registered as Center of Excellence in Science and Technology on Lignocellulose in Indonesia. This recognition enables us to take an important role in national priority to overcome strategic issues. Moreover, we are also proud to offer an open facility of the Integrated Laboratory of Bioproducts, ELABS, an advanced laboratory with the latest equipment and facility, and to welcome vast network and collaboration among scientists worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, before concluding these remarks, I would like to thank to our distinguished speakers, authors, for their active participation in this event. We hope that we can provide you with an interactive platform to share your important findings that generate important contribution towards sustainable development goals, SDGs, and climate change mitigation. So I would like to thank to JSPS Bangkok Office and JSPS Alumni Association of Indonesia for their great contribution and financial support. So I would like to thank to the RISH-Kyoto University, Japan, Research Organization of Aeronautics and Space of BRIN, IPB University, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Jambi, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Universitas Mulamarwan, Universitas Padjajaran, Universitas Trisakti, and others. Lastly, to our participants, I hope you may take advantage of this valuable opportunity to interact with important speakers. to learn new solutions, to share your idea for more interactive and memorable events. Please have fruitful discussion. Stay healthy and let's keep our spirit to the future collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Dawang for the amazing remarks. But before we move on, I would like to also give a very warm welcome to Professor Hiroyuki Yano from RISH-Kyoto University, Japan, who just joined with us today. Now, we will hear the opening speech from Professor Yoshio Otani as the Director of JSPS Bangkok office.
Good morning. I'm Yoshio Otani, the Director of JSPS Bangkok office. On behalf of JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, I'd like to congratulate the opening of first international conference of Lignocellulose, Icon-Lig, in conjunction with the 10th International Symposium of Sustainable Humanosphere, ISSH. I was appointed as the director of JSPS Bangkok office last year. I wish I can contribute to the enhancement of research exchange between Indonesia and Japan through various JSPS international programs. JSPS is Japanese core funding agency, and we place high value on both researcher autonomy and research diversity. JSPS supports from basic to applied research across all academic fields, including the humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences. In 2019, over 2,800 overseas researchers were invited to Japan, and more than 4,000 Japanese researchers were sent abroad through our programs. JSPS Bangkok office was between ASEAN countries and Japan. Our main roles are to support the research exchange between ASEAN countries and Japan and to collect the relevant information. Our main activities are disseminate information on JSPS fellowship and research support programs, support JSPS alumni associations, collect information on science in ASEAN, support young researchers to join JSPS programs, support research exchange of Japanese universities and institutes, and collaborate various organizations to promote research exchanges. As a part of our supporting activities for JSPS alumni associations, I am really happy to support the publication fee of proceedings of this conference. I really respect the effort of JAI members to organize this conference. I hope many of attendants of this conference will apply to our JSPS international programs and promote further research collaborations in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for Professor Yoshio Otani for the welcoming remarks, who actually also is able to join with us today. Good morning, and thank you very much, Prof. Good morning. Okay, so now we are going to have the opening remarks from Dr. Iman Hidayat as Acting Director of National Institute of Life Sciences, BRIN, who will also officially open our event of Icon-Lig and ISSH 2021. To Dr. Iman, please, time is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All honorary guests and distinguished participants. On behalf of Chairman of National Research and Innovation Agency, Republic of Indonesia, I would like to deliver some message from him. He also apologized for not being able to attend to this important meeting because there is urgent meeting with officially government. So today I'm very pleased to welcome you to the virtual conference of the first international conference of Lignocellulose, Icon-Lig, in conjunction with the 10th International Symposium for Sustainable Humanosphere. We are very happy and honored to welcome all of distinguished participants today and delegates to the conference. Today is a remarkable event for us to highlight the remarkable contribution from various scientists from many research institutes in Indonesia and university which they contribute in the research in lignocellulose-based product as well as its sustainable technology that makes in so many areas in our lives. Today and tomorrow, we will see the amazing diversity of a new technology or new finding from distinguished participants in the current conference. We all know that Indonesia is rich of a lignocellulose-based material, biomass. So it is a great opportunity actually for all Indonesian academicians, researchers, how to develop product, how to develop technology to contribute directly, indirectly to many industry in Indonesia to develop a new product, new material for electronics, transportation, for building, to develop drug delivery materials in medical science, food excipients, and other industry. Ladies and gentlemen, health, renewable energy, food and drug delivery material, and excipients, and advanced biomaterial for biomedical equipment, building, transportation, and other industrial purposes have been designed as a research and development priority in the Indonesian National Development Plan, PRN 2020 until 2024. We are academicians and researchers know about this. However, we also understand that Indonesia still lacks of products and technology in this area that has caused Indonesia to import nearly all of the advanced product and technology related to health, energy, food, advanced material, electronic vehicle, transportation, and so on. So this condition is a great task for us, academicians and researchers, how to answer this problem, how to help the government with our knowledge to deliver a new technology, new product that directly will contribute to our economical growth through various industries. Indonesia is rich of biodiversity, biomass resources that very important as a material for research actually. However, as I mentioned before, that we are still not, how can I say, we are still not directly connecting to industry. So between research and development and industry, still need the relationship we still need to improve, because Without contribution from industry, even the highest advanced technology produced by researcher will be nothing. So, of course, this is the responsibility of BRIN, of National Research and Innovation Institute, to create the system. How researcher can deliver their product to industry and how the industry can accept the product from researcher. It is not an easy task actually. We all know many years Indonesian try many formulate how to connecting researcher and industry. Now in Indonesia, we make how can I say brave decision to integrate almost all research institute in Indonesia become one national research agency. It is also will be an important year for us in 1 or 2 years for us to adapt to a new transition in the research management system in Indonesia. BRIN, of course, in the current transition will try to provide the system to make all researchers in Indonesia to adapt quickly to the current new system, so their activity in research and their productivity will not be disrupted by the transition process. In the new system, BRIN will provide advanced infrastructure for all researchers in Indonesia to make sure that all researchers in Indonesia can compete with other colleges from developed country, from Japan, United States, European country, so that their product and innovation will be more competitive and can meet the requirement of industry. We hope that with the new infrastructure and new system that will be developed, the product and innovation in Indonesia produced by many excellent researchers in Indonesia can directly contribute to development of industry and finally to the development to the growth of nation economy. Ladies and gentlemen, to organize international conference is not an easy task. Sorry. So to that end, I would like to thank especially to Dr. Didi Tarmadi and his team for their great and excellent efforts to prepare today's conference. Then today's conference definitely, I believe, will provide a valuable opportunity for research scientists, industry specialists, and also decision makers to share their experiences in the meeting, in the conferences. I am also grateful to many experts today who have come to share their knowledge in the next 2 days, today and tomorrow. And I also welcome to many representatives of government, industry associations, as well as possibly NGO researchers who have joined in the current conference. I'm sure that all of you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges in the next few days. I wish all of you we'll have a success conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome from this conference. Finally, I hereby declare that the first international conference of lignocellulose, Icon-Lig, in conjunction with the 10th International Symposium for Sustainable Humanosphere, officially open. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you very much to Dr. Iman Hidayat for the precious message in his welcoming remarks and also for opening today's event. So, dear participants and all the distinguished guests, we just conclude the welcoming remarks session, and we will start the keynote presentations at around 10 a.m. local time in Indonesia, following the schedule in your program book. So therefore, please stay in this room while waiting for our keynote speaker to join with us. So please stay tuned and maybe take a little break before we begin the next session. So thank you very much for your attention. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome again. Now, we are going to hear two presentations from our keynote speakers. But before that, I would like to give a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, I think who have already joined with us today, to Dr. Mego Pinandito as Acting Deputy of Research and Innovation Utilization, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN, Republic of Indonesia. So for the first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Mego Pinandito. So to Dr. Mego Pinandito, please, time is yours. Okay, I think you are still muted, Pak. To Dr. Mego Pinandito, please, time is yours, Pak, if you are ready. Thank you very much.
Teknologi, kepakaran, fasilitas dan sebagainya.
Sorry.
Kemudian ada kegiatan tambahan yang sifatnya program masing-masing ya.
Yes, now I can hear you very well.
It's okay now?
Yeah, yes, now it's okay. We can hear you very well now.
Yes. Thank you very much for inviting me. And honorable and distinguished guest, Dr. Francisco Saverius Teguh, the Senior Advisor to the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Republic of Indonesia, in Division in Sustainable Development and Conservation, Pak Agus, Dr. Agus Haryono, the Acting Head Chairman of the Research Organization of the Engineering Sciences. Before he always with the LIPI, Dr. Iman Hidayat, the Acting Head of Research Organization of the Life Sciences, Professor Yoshio Otani, the JSPS Bangkok Office, Dr. Didi Tarmandi, the Chairman of the conference, the BRIN, and honorable invited speakers, moderators, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Jakarta, and also I think in Japan now it's always afternoon, so good afternoon also. First of all, on behalf of the Chairman of the National Agency of Research for Research and Innovation, NARI, the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to express my gratitude to the head of the conference and all of the invited to invite me to deliver the opening remarks and later presenting the keynote speech in the very prestigious event of the first international conference or Lignocellulose, Icon-Lig, and also in conjunction with the 10th International Symposium for Sustainable Humanospheres, ISSH. Excellencies, honorable speakers, moderators, and also distinguished participants, the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development have been adopted by all of the United Nations members since 2015. Not only provided the shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for the people and planet, but the agenda also identified that the global act to end poverty, to tackle the climate change, and preserve our biosphere shall be performed together with the strategies to improve health and education, to reduce inequality, and to stimulate the economic growth. In responding to the SDGs, these events of the first Icon-Lig and also the 10th ISSH aim to advance the knowledge sharing and to identify the key breakthroughs and emerging R&D challenges that are critical to achieve the SDGs and also the climate change mitigations. This event is also intended to encourage international collaboration by serving as a platform for discipline participants to establish the scientific network related to each disciplines, as well as to provide an update on the possible scientific action to assess effective solution for a sustainable future. In these events, researchers, scientists, academia, and also practitioners will share their latest discovery in the field of science and technology by providing the strong knowledge basis of confidence that their works are built on the sound understanding of the global issues. This event is anticipated to be the largest forum for scientific community as platform to promote the frontiers innovation towards sustainable development goals and climate change mitigation. I think, this event invites experts in the field of biomass conversions, bio-based smart materials, forest and environment, mitigation for climate change, radar and atmospheric science, and socio-economy in the sustainable development goals, SDGs. And distinguished participants, therefore, even through the event is delivered virtually, since we know that the situation is not yet possible to have the international symposium or seminar by physical meeting. I certainly hope that you will take the advance of the speech and presentation by actively participating, raising the question and comment, and also discussing in the more and more advanced. And so all of us can learn together about how we can assess the effective solution for all suitable.
Sudah terrekod di sana atau memang belum?
I also encourage you to interact with the invited speakers, other presenters, and participants during and or after the events. So please do not only limit it by this event, but keep the contact, tell what you are interested in, and so on. So we are planning to have such kind of opportunity to strengthen in the international collaboration and working through this event and in the future event. This event is designated not only to update your with the latest scientific development, but in your field, but also to serve as a platform to establish the new partnership for collaboration in research. Through collaboration partnership, I believe we will achieve the major improvement and give a powerful impact, not only for Indonesia, Indonesian region, Indonesian society, but of course with almost all of the global society. I think that is all of my remarks. And distinguished participants, to conclude my remarks, I wish you all of this with very successfully productive and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Dr. Mego Pinandito. And please kindly stay up for the photo session right now. But before we move on, I would like to also give a very warm welcome to Dr. Francisco Saverius Teguh from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, who has already just joined with us today. Okay, so dear participants and everyone, I would like to invite all of you to join the photo session right now. And so please kindly turn on your camera to take the pictures together. So with the help of our team, I think today we have Dr. Maya to help with us if you are ready.
Yes, ready, Miss Penny.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I can see that we have more than 200, so we have 9 pages. So let me count maybe for the first page. So everyone please stay tuned with your smile because we have a lot of pages right now. So for the first page, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, next.
Okay, the next one for the second page, let me count 3, 2, 1.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Okay, next.
Okay, next page for the third page, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, next.
Okay, next for the fourth page, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, please wait a moment. Okay, next.
Okay, next one is the the fifth page, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, next for the sixth page.
For the sixth page, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, please wait a moment. Okay, next.
Next for the seventh page, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, next.
Okay, the last two pages, 8th page.
Okay, next for the last one.
Okay, the last page, 3, 2, and 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And also thank you to Dr. Maya who helped us. Okay, so next, we will move on to our second keynote speaker, which will be delivered by Dr. Franciscus Saverius Teguh as the representative from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. So to Dr. Franciscus, if you are ready, I will give you the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good morning to all of you. Hope that my voice is clear. Hello?
It's very clear.
It's clear?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You. Yes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam Indonesia maju, salam Indonesia sehat. Dr. Mego, Bapak Dr. Mego Pindadito yang saya hormati selaku PLT Deputi Bidang Pemanfaatan Riset dan Teknologi, mewakili Kepala BRAIN, the Honorable Distinguished Guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to mention the number of speakers today and the distinguished guests. Professor Bing Yang, PhD, Biological System Engineering from Washington State University. Dr. Muhammad Haswin Hussein, School of Chemical Science, University Science Malaysia. Professor Dr. Hiroyuki Yano, Research Institute for Sustainable Humanosphere, Kyoto University, Japan. Professor Dr. Kenji Umemura, Research Institute for Sustainable Humanospheres, Kyoto University, Japan. Professor Dr. Peter Spathal, I hope that my pronunciation of the name is clear. From the Department for Forest Environment, Eberswalde. Farsolo Sunio, PhD from the School of Management, University of Asia and Pacific, Philippines. Dr. Insinyur Wahyu Dwianto from the Research Professor, Center for Biomaterials, National Research and Innovation Agency, Mr. Kentaro Takahashi, Institute for Global Environmental Strategies, Japan, Dr. Koirul Himi Setiawan, Research Professor, Research Center for Biomaterials National Research and Innovation Agency, Dr. Ratu Damayanti from the Forestry Research Development and Innovation Agency of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, Dr. Kenshi Takahashi, Associate Professor, Research Institute for Sustainable Humanosphere, Kyoto University, Japan, Dr. Keiichi Koda from the Hokkaido University, Dr. Wendy Harjupa, Research Center for Biomaterials National Research and Innovation Agency. Again, good morning to all of you. First of all, allow me to extend the apology and warm regards from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, since Her Excellency Mr. Sandiaga Uno is unable to participate in this conference. Praise to the God Almighty that we are able to gather today at the first international conference of Lignocellulose in conjunction with the 10th International Symposium for Sustainable Humanosphere. So may we all in a good health and safety with spiritful in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. I appreciate JSPS Alumni Association of Indonesia and Research Center for Biomaterials of Indonesia Institute of Sciences Indonesia for organizing this prestigious conference as an effort to gain innovative and creative ideas, program, and best practice in accelerating the implementation of 17 goals of SDGs and related to the climate change mitigation. I do appreciate the participants in this conference, not only from Indonesia, but also from overseas. JSPS Bangkok Office, Research Center for Biomaterials National Research and Innovation Agency, RISH-Kyoto, University, Japan, Bogor Agriculture University, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Jambi, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Universitas Mulamarwan, Universitas Padjajaran, Universitas Sumatera Utara, Universitas Trisakti, and maybe others that support this conference to encourage wider engagement and action to achieve SDGs and climate change mitigation. Ladies and gentlemen, this current pandemic situation extremely relates to FUCA, to describe or to reflect on the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity of our general condition and situations. The impact of COVID-19 on tourism places further pressures on economics such as loss of income, unemployment, pressures on social, cultural, and heritage conservation, as well as on environment and communities, particularly for workers, industries, and connect to shortage of its value chain implication. The COVID-19 crisis is also a landmark or a critical moment for us to align the efforts of sustaining livelihoods dependent on tourism and creative economy to SDGs and ensuring a more resilient, inclusive, carbon neutral, and resource efficient future. The future of tourism and creative economy will be turned by social and economic, political, environmental, and technological factors, which addressing challenge, threats, and opportunity. So therefore, it is important for us to understand the new trends in tourism and creative economy. In global, there are mega trends shaping the future of tourism, which cover, first, sustainable tourism growth, including emission, water resources, food production, and well-being. Second, enabling the technologies. We are more using the digitalization, automatization, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, and blockchains. Third, travel mobility, linking with the growth of travelers, pandemic and security now we are facing today, natural disaster and political instability. Fourth, evolving or increasing the visitors' demand. We are now coming to the global middle class, aging populations, more silver or senior citizens, and emerging generation, including centennials, generation alpha, and also millennials. So these trends require the increasing of demand, demanding for health, hygiene, safety, innovation, and digitalization, as well as sustainability. Nonetheless, the change of the new trends in the era of post-pandemic expedite tourism and creative economy to address and embrace the core values of quality and sustainable tourism, scale of human resources to enhance services and standard measurements, experience satisfaction dealing with the economy of experience, product and service diversification to promote a more environmental friendly platform at all levels, and adoption for technology to strengthen the quality of tourism and creative economy. Therefore, currently, the tourism and creative economy recovery programs are undertaken through one, human resources capacity building, recovering reskilling, upskilling, and competency certification. Second, revitalization of tourism destination and creative economy infrastructure, strengthening the destination management and governance, tourism village development, supporting seamless travel and safe destination, enabling facilities and amenities for tourism and creative economy ecosystem. Third, increased resilience and business competitiveness, providing incentive and access to capital, access to market. And we also launched the CSE standardization, cleanliness, focus on the cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability. Business restarting for tourism and creative economy sectors. And fourth, product and service innovation, including quality of products, facilitating product and service standard, intellectual property rights protection, digital transformation, and appreciation for the Indonesian creativity. And fifth, market recovery and expansion. We are focused on the domestic market, proud of domestic travel in Indonesia with the hashtag di Indonesia saja, and also the Indonesia Care, creative product marketing and promotion, national movement of proud and love for Indonesian product with a hashtag beli kreatif lokal, a hashtag ada di warung, and opening of the borders for international visitors after the situation is conducive. The tourism and creative economy sector emphasizes the application of the inclusive, responsible, competitive values through renewable energy, green and sustainable industry linkage to highlight with the people, planet, and prosperity, as well as partnership that to be better aligned with the 2030 agenda of SDGs. As a part of our national commitment, a comprehensive response is undertaken for climate change mitigation in the area of reduction carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases, emission and pollution through several measures like the implementation of the ecotourism, village and rural tourism, nature-based tourism, zero-waste management, no plastic campaigns, water management, waste management, implementation of carbon footprint calculator towards natural carbon destination, renewable energy source, as well as electric transportation in the destination, as well as in the creative hub. Hence, the Ministers of Tourism and Creative Economy also carry out relevant programs to achieve SDGs and climate change adaptation, covers development of sustainable tourism destination, sustainable tourism observatories, sustainable tourism industries, sustainable marketing and management through implementing quality and sustainable standards and criteria and measurements in tourism and creative economy sectors in the midst of COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 afterwards. Implementation of the sustainable certification, it is also one of our pillars, encouraging green financing and green investment scheme, because it's very important to revival through various finance sources as a green bonds or green sukuk framework, or through corporate social responsibility or CSR, or through bilateral or multilateral partnership with local SMEs. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy will remain boost program and policies through innovation, adaptation, and collaboration with all parties. The synergy between material science and engineering, as well as the creative economy, provides an update and possible scientific actions to assess effective solution for sustainable future. So the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy highlight the importance of big data and new information technologies, analysis and assessment of the design policies and process. Honorable distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As a matter of fact, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy has a portfolio to be responsible for about 17 subsectors in creative economy, which comprises application, game developer, interior design, visual communication design, product design, fashion, animation and video, film, photography, creative and crafts, culinary, gastronomy, music, publishing, advertising, performing arts, fine arts, television, and radio. The COVID-19 pandemic put a huge strain on the tourism and creative economy sectors. Many subsectors of the creative economy are being hit and disrupted by pandemics. But we are aware with the technology, e-commerce, digital, financial technology, which turns out that some creative economy subsectors such as application, gaming, game developer, television, radio, e-sport, animation are increasing and growing. Those subsectors are not only survived, but also became a pandemic winner, be a winner and take opportunities. While other subsectors experience negative growth throughout 2020, these industry subsectors continue to experience positive growth. For instance, the subsector of the television and radio industry grew 10.48%, while the application and the game developer subsector grew 4.47%. In the period of social restriction that we are facing now, the Indonesian film industry has indeed got lost of potential revenue of around 3 trillion rupiahs in Indonesian rupiahs. But on the other hand, the number of over-the-top or OTT subscribers increased. For example, Netflix video or Disney Hotstar subscribers. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered an acceleration of the digitalization transformation. Based on a very social survey in April 2021, about 88% of the internet users in Indonesia using electronic commerce services. So therefore, the figures confirm that the economic development must be carried out by optimizing the momentum of the creative and digital economy. Especially at this time, there's a change in the consumption patterns of the digital products. We are online shopping activities right now increasing during pandemic. One of them is through the approach of the developing of the domestic creative and digital economy ecosystem. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy encouraged the digital ecosystem development for micro, small, and medium enterprises. The diversification of the ecotourism, nature-based related tourism product, wellness tourism, adventure tourism, tourism village to revive the economic in the midst of a pandemic to become resilience and pandemic winner. In support of this, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, in collaboration with cross sectors and relevant ministers or other institutions, to boost a policy support scheme and concrete stimulus program. Now we are doing that in relation to the capital access or market access, human resources capacity, as well as research and technology. So in this context, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy also encouraged to jointly develop tourism and creative economy to be more sustainable, resilient, and competitive, which link with the scheme of blue-green economy, circular economy, natural carbon destination and product, as well as climate-friendly tourism framework and practices. Particularly, we underpin the role of the research institution and universities. So in this case, brains take a lead as the center of excellence for innovation in order to develop and promote the quality and sustainability of tourism and creative economy in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we would also like to call action for solution to invigorate sustainability values and ideas through strengthening attractiveness, resiliency, localness, inclusiveness, competitiveness, and creativity, as well as innovation for a more and more sustainable livelihood for the planet in the future. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi Santi Santi. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much to Dr. Franciscus for the interesting sharing related to our theme and perspective of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. So next, we just received the update that Dr. Mego Pinandito is going to share the keynote presentation related to our theme also. So to Dr. Mego Pinandito, please, if you are ready, Pak, time is yours.
Okay, it's already open, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, regarding to the what would like to deliver today, I just try to share this little bit. Oh, sorry. Yes. It's already displayed now.
I think it's still waiting, Pak, for the screen.
Not yet.
No, not yet. I think it's not yet pop up into our screen.
Just
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, maybe we can try again once again. Yes, now we can see. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay.
Thank you, Pak.
Yes. Thank you very much for. Just want to explain about the National Research and Innovation Agency. We call in Indonesia is the BRIN. Regarding to the future research and innovation, that is including the mechanism and also how to deal with all of the activities of research and innovation in Indonesia. First, since the April 28, 2021, this year, we have the special government body directly under the president. It is not a ministry, and also we are not. BRIN is the non-ministerial government institution. So BRIN is already discussed in the cabinet that they are already direct. Responsible and also ordered by the president. And again, if we look at the Indonesian now, BRIN is trying to integrate all of the resources, including the human resources, infrastructure, and also the national budget. Of course, not only with we know like LAPAN, LIPI, PPPT, or BATAN in Indonesian language, that is including the National Institute of the Aeronautics of Space, in the Indonesian Institute of Sciences, Agency for Assessment and the Application of Technology, and also National Nuclear Agency. But of course, it is including the about 44 government research institutions across the ministry and institute. So regarding to this one, it means that in BRIN, we are covering almost all of the field of the research and innovation. And it will be implementing as soon as possible. We try to start after the day after the inauguration of the head of the chairman of the BRIN. But like August and 2 days, we are almost running with all research and innovation. So in the case of this, the mandate of the BRIN drastically try to encourage and also to coordinate all of the all of the resources, so that we can updating and we can also the increase of the critical mass of research and research resources in Indonesia. And along this the aim, of course, we are trying also to attract young talents on research to join and to contribute any research activity in Indonesia. It means almost the master and the doctor degrees would be better, and also try to get more and more in talents. And again, we cannot doing it together only with Indonesia, but of course, we try to support, to get supported, and to gain, to deliver the global engagement and collaboration in spite of the speed up of the technology, knowledge, and skill transfer to the research and collaboration. And as you know that the target means we can try to, one is to how to make the collaboration in the global standard research ecosystem, that is including the academia, industry, also the community and government, and also in focus on the only three, but it is not a small tree, but a very big tree, the digital economy, the green economy, and the blue economy. That is including the, how the digital, I think, for example, in supporting, for example, smart farming, and also how to engagement the collaboration with such kind of the industry. And the target, as we can see that specialists in the focusing of the research, we try to increase the value added in the local natural resources. It means that we can also trying to make the start of the research from the local product or the local things that we are already announced. But of course, because of Indonesia have not only the biodiversity, but of course with the geography, diversity, and also art and culture, it means that we have more and more in trying and to offer the international collaboration. It makes Indonesia as the global platform for the natural resources and diversity-based research, including this one, facilitating, again, integrating the research and innovation, especially in infrastructure resources, will be the enabling for the national industry and business player to conduct the research and development-based product development, and by providing the platform for the talent human resources in Indonesia. It means that we have to have international collaboration more and more. So I think with this conference, with the international conference, for example, with conference of the Lignocellulose, and also the International Symposium for Sustainable Humanosphere, it will be very important to get the engagement of this the field. So I think this is what have been done by the government regarding to the regulation. It started with the national policy, the research and innovation law is in 2019, and also with several supporting or driving regulation, including the local content. We call the TKDN. The government also set some procurement regulation. It is almost with the priority in the local product, and also using the electronic catalog for innovation, and also some incentive, the low tax incentive, for example, super tax deduction for business who are doing research together, and also with the incentive of inventor. So if you like to the, I think all of the inventor of the research are also hoping that more and more in the passive income. So this is also the important one, that the incentive for the inventors are also supported, have been finished and supported by the government. So including the national talents management and also open research infrastructure, we are offering the international collaboration to come to Indonesia, and also to use all of the facilities, and of course together with the scientists from Indonesia to do research and innovation. not only with the infrastructure in the land, but also we are trying to support for the oceanic activities. We set several research vessels. I think in the future means that for next year or the next 2 years, with the new research vessels in Indonesia. Of course, all of the data, including the raw data, are obligated to set with the primary scientific data repository, so we can use all of the data by, of course, by some of them, so that we can share what the important thing, and also to discuss more and more in data analysis and utilization. And this is just to show that by the new the policy, we support the science-based policy, as we know that all of the policies set by the ministries are also need to be, for example, first is coming from the science base. So we are doing together first with the ministry and institution on the government, and also to put some quantitative and quantitative analysis, for example, to support the science-based policy recommendation at the national and also the sectoral level, because now in BRIN, we are integrating and coordinating almost all of the research and innovation activities. And finally, it would be in the best one to have the public support, so that you know that if you look at the policy, it comes and it the aims is to come back to the society. So this link, it will be very important in the future. And as we know that we are trying to open the facilities, and also to get together to utilize the researcher and also the scientists in Indonesia. There is also the open program to use this kind of the BRIN belongs, for example, in the infrastructure, in the talents, and also for using some budget coming from BRIN. And we know that the academic in the universities and such kind of the functional program in some polytechnics and so on, we are also together with the business player. We use such kind of the infrastructure and academic together to support the industry. It will be the best one. And of course, after that, we try to have new startup, even is coming from the BRIN technology and another innovation. But of course, they are also enabling to use their own technology, their own innovation, to use and to together with BRIN to support. And of course, again, global network is the key point that we cannot develop. We need, for example, as the today international conference and also symposium, get together with the global network, get together in the international collaboration to share the innovation, to share the publication, so we can update our states, our position in global. So we know that it is very important to know what kind of the activities and what kind of the thing that we do is, again, if you look at this today activities today regarding to the Lignocellulose, we know that several are also coming from the forest, coming from the resource or the resources from the Indonesia. And again, improving to the research and innovation ecosystem in Indonesia, we try to make such kind of the collaboration hub and enabling the multi-local and global stakeholders, in particular to local industry, to do the R&D in the platform. So if you look at this one, I think using the open platform with including the human resources, the infrastructure, and network may get more and more in the doing the scientifically well proven and also comply with the regulation. So finally, we will have such kind of creative economy. Here, regarding to the global collaboration, again, this is not only the academic sites. The global collaboration are including what for example, the topics coming from, and also who will get together with our researchers, because BRIN has already set some program. For example, in the capacity building, we will recruit more and more at the PhD degrees, and also we setting the PhD by research program, so that they not need to get such lecture in the university, but of course by international collaboration, we have also with Japan, for example, we have Rompaku program or Sandwich program. Even there is also some established engagement with several universities in the world to support this program. And also for the postdoctoral, it is also enabled to set somebody who will get this postdoctoral program into print. And the other things is regarding to the mobility program. We can also invite professors from university in global, for example, to visit and stay several times. That is including, for example, to 6 months or a year, to do research together, to give the lectures in university or in BRIN, for example, and also to visit by the visiting fellows. This is including researchers from abroad, from international universities coming to BRIN, to Indonesia, again, to doing research together. Then the other thing is about the research assistantships. It is also possible to send our research to universities in global, in several countries, and also doing research together, okay, not only with the university, but also with the industry in global. This is the right side. The left side, it means that in the industrial activities, we are offering this open platform to the industry. They can use this facility as part of their industry, they corporate, and they can use this facility to, for example, to develop the new product, to develop more and more efficiency and also effective product in the future by reducing the investment risk on research and development. Because we think that if you asking the industry to doing research by, for example, to develop infrastructure for the research, and also with the other things, it is again will make some cost, and to the risk of the investment will be bigger and bigger. So in the case of the industrial supporting from BRIN, we try to, again, to support them by developing the new business models, increasing the economic scale, and also transforming what have been done in the research activity into the new business. And if we know that, okay, just skip print and propose and the team for the, we are trying to have to host the G20 2022. And of course, it is not only that year, but of course, you know that doing research should be continuous sustainable activities. So we are setting the digital green economy research and innovation, setting already with the biodiversity research and its value-added development, and also coping with the COVID-19 pandemic's development using the research and innovation on the medical and also the public health. Fourth is about the space technology. We are also look at the space technology is the what we call that, one of the highest technology that's coming from several technology, materials, energy, and also with the telecommunication system and some rather green, and also with the scientific collaboration research engagement, ring with the human resource development and the technology for disaster management and also mitigation. So in the case of this one, again, we are trying to get more and more in collaboration, first with the research and innovation working group meeting, and with the second meeting, and also we have planning to have the ministerial meeting on research and innovation, of course, with several countries that is already in.
Tabung gas aja sekarang sudah 160.
And also with the Research Innovation Expo, is back-to-back to ministerial meeting on research and innovation. And of course, finally with the G20 meeting, and of course with the G20 Space Economic Leader meeting. This is also coordinated by the BRIN and the Institute of Aeronautics and Space. I think this is what we'd like to deliver in this opportunity to share, and also to asking all of the scientists who been participate in this international, the two international seminar and conference that BRIN will give and support the collaboration, as well as what you can share to these activities. And of course, not only with the researchers coming from Indonesia, we would like also to invite the researcher, the professor from our neighbor countries, countries who will again participate in this conference to come and to have such collaboration with Indonesian researcher, and to utilize all of the, for example, in digital, blue and green economic research and innovation, and by using and utilize all of the activities and the infrastructure in Indonesia, so that the scientific collaboration research engagement can be performed well. I think that is the important thing that BRIN will offer. We call the global platform regarding to the digital, blue, and green economy, that these three pillars for Indonesian thinking in the future are very related to this international conference and on the Lignocellulose, and also in conjunction with the Symposium for the Sustainable Humanosphere. I think that's all my presentation. Hopefully that you are able to understand and get more and more in the future collaboration with Indonesia. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Dr. Mega Pinandito and also to Dr. Franciscus as our keynote speakers for today's session. As today's agenda, we will continue with the parallelizations for the invited speakers together with the presenters. And so therefore, I would like just to remind everyone that we have 4 breakout rooms, namely by PS1 for the biomass conversion, PS2 for bio-based smart material, and PS3 for the forest environment, and PS4 for the hybrid topic of forest and environment, enhancing mitigation for climate change, rather and atmospheric science and socio-economy and SDGs. So now maybe I will guide you how to join the next session. So if you can see, there is an option of breakout rooms that you can see in the below of your Zoom meeting screen, and you can click, or there is an option of more that you can also click and choose the breakout rooms options. And there will be the join options in the right side of the breakout room's name. And you can click the join options there. So all the breakout rooms are open to everyone who wants to join any sessions. You can also always.
Recording in progress.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Yes, it's clear.
Thank you.
Good. Good.
So maybe Pak Agus, can you share screen the slideshow for the parallel session 4?
Recording in progress.
Okay, so for everyone, those of you who are still in the main room, I will guide you once again how to join the breakout rooms. We have 4 breakout rooms of PS1 for the biomass conversion, PS2 for the bio-based smart material, PS3 for forest environment, and PS4 for the hybrid topic. So you can always click there is an option of breakout rooms in the below of your Zoom screen, Zoom meeting screen, or you can also click more options and choose the breakout rooms options. And once you click the breakout rooms, there will be another options pop up of 4 breakout rooms that I just mentioned. And you can click the join options in the right side of the breakout rooms name. So you can click the join options there. And all the breakout rooms are open to everyone. So please feel free to join any sessions beside your assigned breakout rooms.
Recording in progress.
So this session will run from 11 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. local time. We highly appreciate it that you turn your camera on for an interactive session. Also, do not forget to fill the attendance form via link in the chat room. Thank you. Okay, first we will have 3 invited speakers. We will play the video presentation of the invited speakers, and after that we will have a Q&A. To live up the discussion, we hope that you will ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. In the second session, we will have 6 presentation from speakers. Every speakers will have 10 to 30 minutes for their presentation, followed by 5 minutes for Q&A. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation, in order to avoid any disturbance during the presentation, I would like to ask you to mute your audio. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our invited speakers who is going to talk to us about an update regarding our topic. So our first speaker is Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. Dr. Kenshi Takahashi from Research Institute for Sustainable Humanosphere, Kyoto University. Dr. Kenshi Takahashi earned his bachelor and master's degree from Hokkaido University and doctoral from Nagoya University. He started working on the laboratory studies on chemical reaction process in the Earth atmosphere using laser spectroscopic techniques since 1998 and published his works on referred journals since then. Now his work has shifted to field studies about the biosphere-atmosphere interaction in changing climate by means of laser-based high-sensitive analytical techniques. Dr. Kenshi Takahashi said that field works are sometimes very tiring, but may be helpful to eliminate lack of exercise. So unfortunately, Dr. Kenshi Takahashi cannot join us today due to the unforeseen circumstances. Any question can be asked in the chat room.
Recording in progress.
Halo Bu Penny, MC, boleh bertanya?
Aku lagi moderator, balik lagi.
Excuse me, participants.
Oh, yeah,
Could
sorry.
you please use English? This is an international event, so please address everything in English. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, everyone. We would like to apologize and please kindly wait because right now we will also open again the breakout room. So
Recording in progress.
Okay. Okay, Pak Agus.
Oke, Miss Dian.
Yeah. Thank you for the short bio for Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. Okay, so unfortunately, Dr. Kenshi Takahashi cannot join us today due to the unforeseen circumstances. Any question can be asked in the chat room along with your email, and we will deliver the question to Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will play the video presentation of Dr. Kenshi Takahashi, who will be talking about atmospheric chemistry studies in the forest and urban environments by applying laser spectroscopy. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation of Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. Pak Agus, maybe you can play the audio too. We cannot hear. Okay, we will wait for a moment for Pak Agus to play the video presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kenshi Takahashi. I am working at the RISH of the University of Kyoto. Hello, everyone. My name is Kenshi Takahashi. I am working at the RISH of the University of Kyoto. My special field is atmospheric chemistry and environmental science. Today, I will talk about my recent research. The title of my presentation is Atmospheric Chemistry Studies in Forest and Urban Environments by applying laser spectroscopy techniques. Before starting my talk, I'd like to thank the conference organizers to give me an opportunity to talk about my research. This is a general introduction. Atmospheric minor molecules play central roles in environmental issues, such as global warming and atmospheric pollution. Therefore, in situ measurements of atmospheric minor molecules in forest and urban environments have increasingly been made for studying those issues. But such measurements are still challenging, especially for very small abundant molecules. This will be owed to a lack of methodology for high sensitive detection of small abundant gases with a high accuracy and high precision. However, laser spectroscopy is now emerged as a new technique for in situ gas measurements. In our research group, we have laser-based instruments. Some instruments were developed originally in our group with references listed here, and other instruments were purchased from private companies. Before introducing our application of those instruments, I will briefly explain the basic concept about the laser spectroscopy for molecular detection. This view graph explains the conventional absorption spectroscopy. Here is the sample gas cell with the path length D. Incident light intensity is I0. Output light intensity is IT. IT is weaker than I0 because of molecular absorption in the gas cell. In the conventional absorption spectroscopy technique, difference between IT and I0 is quantified. This is quite basic concept for molecular absorption spectroscopy, and the fundamental equation is given by Bell-Lambert's law. Problem is that it is sometimes very, very difficult to quantify tiny difference between IT and I0, especially in the case of inherently weak absorbers. To overcome this difficulty, recently, laser-based technique has been proposed. This is one of the new techniques, cavity ring-down spectroscopy, that was developed by Professor O'Keefe in 1998. Here is an optical cavity that it consists of one pair of very, very high reflective mirrors. In this case, incident laser light reflects back and forth many times. During the reflectance, very small but detectable intensity of light is detected by optical detector here. This is a diagram of temporal decay of transmitted light intensity monitored by optical detector. If there is something absorption species in the cavity, the time constant of decaying signal should be shorter like this. Therefore, from the difference in the time constant with or absorber, we can quantify the amount of absorption species in the cavity. Using cavity ring-down spectroscopy CRDS system, we are measuring methane or carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide in the atmosphere. CRDS measures the rate of absorption rather than a magnitude of absorption. CRDS is insensitive to laser intensity fluctuations. The other property is the cavity ring-down spectroscopy is characterized by very, very long absorption path lengths. For example, in this case, mirror reflectance and cavity lengths, the effective path length should be over 10 kilometers, even with a very, very small optical cavity. For example, in our group, the methane specification of our methane instrument is accuracy and precision here. The detection limit of our methane instrument is about 10 ppb. That is much, much smaller than the atmospheric concentration. So our instruments has very, very high sensitivity. Today, I will show you two our application examples. One is that methane flux measurement in the forest environment. And the second topic is CO, carbon monoxide flux measurement in an urban environment. Methane is one of the major greenhouse gases. Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, aims to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Therefore, identification and quantification of methane sources are very important issues. Carbon monoxide is a pollutant gas, especially in an urban environment. In the SDGs, there is no headline goal on atmospheric pollution, but atmospheric pollution, air pollution, is closely related to public health and cities. This is a typical example of atmospheric concentration, which has been measured at Mount Mauna Loa in Hawaii. It is well known that atmospheric methane concentration is increasing year over year, but the reason for this increase is not completely understood. There are many methane sources identified. According to the IPCC report, the largest contribution for methane emission is wetlands. Basically, methane is produced in soils under anaerobic conditions. So there are many evidences that soils under anaerobic conditions, for example, wetland soils, can be a large source of atmospheric methane. Actually, there are many scientific papers about the methane emission from the surface soils of wetland soils. However, over recent years, plant-mediated emission is drawing much attention as a potential new source of atmospheric methane. In this new discovery, trees can act as pipes to transfer methane in soil to atmosphere through the tree body. So in our group, we have focused on these very hot topics. This is our study site, Kiryu Experimental Watershed. That is a planted forest and approximately 20 kilometers east from the center of Kyoto City. At this site, Alnus japonica is growing in the riparian wetlands. This photograph shows our riparian wetlands. Here's some Alnus japonica trees growing in this area. Recently, we found Alnus japonica trees emit a very large amount of methane from the tree stems to the atmosphere. Therefore, in our experiments, we have been trying to measure the methane emission rates from the tree stems of Alnus japonica using the closed chamber measurement technique. This photograph shows the chamber fixed to the tree stems of Alnus japonica. Normally, chamber opens to the atmosphere, but temporarily chamber closes and changes in methane concentration inside the chamber are measured as a function of time. You can see here two tubings. One is outlet, one is inlet to circulate the gas like this. The changes in methane concentration inside the chamber is measured by methane analyzer based on laser spectroscopy technique. From the concentration changes, we can quantify the methane flux. This is the results, air temperature and the precipitation amounts, and methane emission from tree stems of 3 different Alnus japonica trees. And dissolved methane concentration in soil water. Soil water samples were taken just beneath the trees of Alnus japonica, and then soil water samples were brought back to the university laboratory to analyze the dissolved methane concentration. The dissolved methane concentration was analyzed by not laser spectroscopy, but gas chromatography. Stem methane emissions from 3 different trees of Alnus japonica were measured successfully with our system for whole 1 year. Interesting feature is that seasonality in the methane emission from tree stems and dissolved methane concentration in soil water are very similar, with summertime maxima and wintertime minima. So, which indicates that the source of methane emitted from tree stems should be in the soil. However, its mechanism is still controversial. We are still continuing the experiments at our site to clarify the mechanism responsible for methane emission from tree stems. Second topic is that the application of laser spectroscopy to carbon monoxide flux measurements in an urban environment. As told you before, carbon monoxide is an anthropogenic pollutant that is an indicator of atmospheric pollution level. We measured carbon monoxide in Sakai city of Osaka. That is one of the very big cities in Japan. Here is Kyoto, Osaka, and here is Sakai city. I will show you our method, relaxed eddy accumulation, REA technique. In this techniques, signals from supersonic anemometer is connected to small pumps to operate each of them. Air parcels of upward air or downward air are sampled into these bags. Sampling time is typically 30 minutes. After sampling, carbon monoxide concentrations in the bags were measured by laser spectroscopy. From the concentration difference between these bags, we can estimate carbon monoxide flux. These are the photographs of carbon monoxide observation in Sakai City. In the center of Sakai City, there is a main building of the Sakai City Hall. Instruments are set at the top of this building, that is 122 meters above the ground. This place is very scary because of not only the height, but also often strong wind. This is a typical result of carbon monoxide measurement in Sakai City for 10 days in May of 2018. Upper panel shows the atmospheric concentration of CO in ppb. Lower panel shows the flux of carbon monoxide. Positive value shows the upward flux from the ground to the atmosphere. Negative values indicate downward transport from the atmosphere to the ground. Because the Sakai City is a very big city, the background concentration of carbon monoxide is sometimes very high. Carbon monoxide flux shows a diel variation like this, which will be related to the dynamics of planetary boundary layer, namely convective motion in the mixed layer. During night times, atmosphere is summarily stable. Therefore, flux is sometimes almost neutral, close to zero. I will summarize my presentation. Laser spectroscopy is now becoming more important for measurement of trace gases and sometimes aerosols. We applied laser spectroscopy to plant emission study in the forest environments. Measurements were now ongoing, and thus the impact of plant methane emission to the wetland dynamics will be understood. Second topic is that urban pollution study by a combination of laser spectroscopy and meteorological technique. Carbon monoxide flux, not just a steady state concentration, will give a new insight to the control of urban air quality. Finally, I will show you the collaborators. These are my collaborators. Thank you for your attention.
Still mute, Miss Dian. You still mute.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I will repeat again. Thank you for Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. It is a great talk. So it is interesting to know that the tree can act as a pipe to transfer CH4. So Dr. Kenshi Takahashi used Alpus japonica, if I'm not mistaken. So he is also use the laser spectroscopy combined with the micrometeorological technology to measure the carbon monoxide flux. Okay, so I will check the chat room. So if you have question for Dr. Kenshi Takahashi, you can still ask the question in the chat room along with your email, and we will deliver it to Dr. Kenshi Takahashi. Okay, so for our next speaker, Pak Agus, the short bio for Dr. Kentaro Takahashi. Dr. Kentaro Takahashi from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies IGES Japan. So Dr. Takahashi obtained his master degree from, so Mr. Takahashi obtained his master degree from Graduate School of Agriculture and Life Science, the University of Tokyo in Japan, on the monitoring of land cover change in East Kalimantan, Indonesia. After serving as a consultant at the consulting company which provide CDM development service, he joined IGES in 2009. He currently manages MRV program under the joint trading mechanism in order to develop the methodology to calculate GHG emission reduction. He also supports the Article 6 negotiation team as one of the delegation members under the government of Japan. In addition, he follows to the voluntary carbon market and G7, G20 climate change related meetings. He is the focal point of the Climate Market Club under World Bank, cooperation with Asian Development Bank, Japan, China, and Korea Carbon Pricing Forum, and database cooperation with the UNFCCC Secretariat. From 2013 to 2015, he gave a series of lectures on global environmental issue and climate change as a part-time lecturer at the College of Humanities and Science, Nihon University. So unfortunately, Mr. Kentaro Takahashi cannot join us today due to the urgent circumstances. So ladies and gentlemen, we will play the video presentation of Dr. Kentaro Takahashi, who will be talking about the future perspective on the carbon market under the Paris Agreement. Any question can be asked in the chat room. We will deliver the question to Dr. Kentaro Takahashi. So Pak Agus, please play the video presentation.
Good morning, good afternoon, selamat pagi, selamat siang. Nama saya Kentaro Takahashi dari Japan IGES. My name is Kentaro Takahashi. I'm the Deputy Director of the Climate and Energy Area Institute for Global Environmental Strategy based in Japan. IGES is a research organization and we are doing the policy research, and I belong to the Climate and Energy Area. I'm following the international negotiation and also carbon market. I'm very pleased to join today's event. And firstly, I would like to thank you for organizer to invite me to this very important event. I had a many chance to travel Indonesia, especially Jakarta. So that's why I'm wearing the today's batik. And after COVID-19 pandemic, no chance to travel. So sometimes when I attended workshop and meeting in Indonesia via online, I always wear the batik. So that's why, yep, today. And I hope anyone stays safe and healthy. Today's my explanation will focus on the future perspective on the carbon market under the Paris Agreement. Why I choose this topic is that this year COP26 will be organized in Glasgow in November, and one of the important discussion point is the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So Article 6 is related to the carbon market issue. Now many one, including the voluntary carbon market and also many party, private sector, are looking for the final conclusion of the Article 6 rule. So today, I would like to talk 4 topics, especially what is a carbon offset and type of the offset credits. And second is voluntary carbon market. And third one, I just want to share the current status of the Article 6 negotiation. And finally, future scheduled COP26. So that is my today's topics. So I think today's participants may not be familiar with the carbon offset. So this slide shows what is a carbon offset. And so basically offsetting is, so basically under the Kyoto Protocol, we have a clean development mechanisms. And Japan joined the first commitment period of the Kyoto Protocol. And to achieve the target, Japan acquires some amount of the CDM credit. So offsetting always, if private sector and party are not able to greenhouse gas emission reduction by themselves, offsetting will offer the opportunity for greenhouse gas emissions by participating in the renewable energy efficiency forestry project. So I think that today some of the private sector joined this event, and you may emit greenhouse gas emissions, and you may not be able to those emissions by themselves, like a measure of the energy efficiency and renewable energies generation. So to use the offsetting, firstly, we have to identify greenhouse gas emissions from our business activity. And also we have to implement our measure to reduce greenhouse gas emission. And then we may choose whether we should participate in offset project, or I think whether we should invest only for offsetting project. So after you decide the offset of your greenhouse gas emissions, to acquire the credit from the project should be measurable and reportable and verifiable. So this is we generally call MRV system. So always the MRV are necessary for generating the carbon credit. And then once we confirm the reduction of the greenhouse gas emissions from the project through the verifications, we can acquire credit, and we can claim our emission reductions by using the offset. So this is a very general concept of the carbon offset. And internationally, as I mentioned, we had the Kyoto Protocol, and first commitment period it was from 2008 to 2012. And at that time, the EU and Japan and other party acquired the CDM credit for achieving the target. And now, after 2021, we are now entering the Paris Agreement. And under the Paris Agreement, all parties will submit NDC. And under the NDC target, some of the party may use credit for achieving the NDC. And under the Paris Agreement, credit is utilized. And now we generally call ITMOS, International Transfer Mitigation Outcomes, as a credit. So later, I just want to explain very briefly what is ITMOS. And when we're looking at the domestic regulation and reporting carbon action by private sector, now carbon pricing has become popular all over the world, and many parties and many countries and regions are trying to develop the carbon pricing, such as the emission trading system and carbon tax. So I think the Indonesia's Ministry of the Environment and Forestry Indonesia will try to design the carbon pricing system at the domestic level. And if your government will decide to introduce emission trading system in the future, I think the offset credit demand will be increased to provide more opportunity for capped participants under the emission trading system. And also at the same time, private sector, especially in Japan, and also European and United States regions, many private sectors set the target, net zero target, and also carbon neutral target by 2050. And now there is some demand for acquiring the offset credit from the voluntary carbon market. So I was asked by many private sector which type of the credit can be trustable and how we should do. So those demands are now becoming popular and increase. So and especially for private sector, try to see the opportunity for investing the forestry project because the now we have a net zero target, and to achieve the net zero target, removal sector like a forestry and also carbon removal such as CCS will be one of the important area for achieving net zero. So that's why it's now forestry sector becoming more popular. And as for the example of the offsetting, we have a successfully finished the Tokyo Olympic game, and Tokyo Metropolitan Government they use the credit for offsetting emissions from the Olympic game. So this is just a very rare example of the offsetting. And in Japan, also some of the travel agency and company, they now trying to produce carbon offset travel product to make an appeal for consumer. So this product is very environmentally sound, and this is very good for climate change issue and measure. So maybe in the future, maybe offsetting and some of the new initiative will be accelerate after COP26 decisions. So there's a several types of the offset credit, and there are basically three types of the credit, and one is the UN centralized mechanisms and voluntary carbon market, and also Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. So CDM is the clean development mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol, and so these mechanisms there are more than 7,600 projects have been registered, and Indonesia also you have many projects under the CDM, and Indonesian project already issued some amount of the credit. And this CGM will be transitioned to the Paris Agreement after COP26 decision. So this is a very important for CGM stakeholders because some of the project participants may try to seek the future opportunity after 2021. So this year, COP26 in Glasgow, I hope we can conclude the discussion, and hopefully after 2022, the future arrangement of the transition will be prepared under the UNCCC. So I think we really want to see the final conclusion of this transition in COP26. And when we're looking at Article 6.2, this is a regional and bilateral cooperations. And one of the example is a joint crediting mechanisms. So JCM was initiated by the government of Japan, and especially Japan and Indonesia, we signed the memorandum in 2013. Now we have 17 JCM partner countries all over the world, and Indonesia is one of the advanced countries, and we have many type of the project, such as the renewable energy and energy efficiency project. So under this bilateral cooperations, credit has been already issued, and that credit can be utilized for achieving the net zero for the private sector, as well as achieving the NDC target by 2030. So there are also several pilot projects under the Article 6.2, and COP26 also will discuss the future guidance of the Article 6.2 for future arrangement. So this is also very important for pilot project toward COP26. And when we're looking at the voluntary carbon market, as some of you may know, there are gold standards. So this is a private voluntary standards. And there is now a huge demand of the voluntary carbon market from the private sector. As I mentioned, some private sector would like to utilize the carbon credit for claiming the carbon neutral. And so this is a new one, architecture for REDD+ transaction. And as I mentioned, the removal project is now becoming popular. So more investment and more support, financial support will be accelerated for forestry and REDD+ project in the futures. And there's also another new initiative on task force on scaling voluntary carbon market. So this task force has been launched by Mark Carney, UN Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance. Now more than 200 members joining this task force. What they are discussing is they are trying to assess the standard and credit which will be issued from the voluntary carbon market. Why they try to assess the credit is that offsetting were criticized by some environmental activists and also NGO because to achieve the net zero by 2050, I think that we cannot rely on the offsetting 100%. So and also quality of the credit will be one of the important elements and a discussion point for private sector, because if we use a good quality of the credit, maybe we can say we can achieve the carbon neutral. But if we use some bad quality of the credit, maybe I think that it may become some reputation risk for private sector. So that's why the task force on scaling voluntary carbon market will try to assess the standard and credit in the future. So that their final report will publish maybe around COP26, and after COP26 decisions, they will also announce I think the new information based on the decision on the COP26, especially for Article 6. So in 2090, if we're looking at the size of the voluntary carbon market, it's becoming more big. And when we're looking at the type of the project, as I mentioned, REDD+ and forestry project have been many types of the many projects have been developed. And Indonesia also one of the country who have a potential project, and also buyer. When we're looking at the buyer, United States, France, and United Kingdom, those three countries occupy some percentage because the United States, France, and United Kingdom, many private sector now sets the carbon neutral target by 2050, or maybe some of the private sector have already set the target before 2030 to achieve the carbon neutral. So there's some demand for a voluntary carbon market. So from this slide, I would like to explain the current status of the Article 6 negotiations. So Article 6 negotiation was started after 2015. 2015 Paris Agreement was adopted by COP21, And after that, negotiation was started, and Article 6.4, 6.4, 6.4, 6.8. So those three items were discussed in parallel. And originally in 2018, Article 6 rulebook was expected to conclude. But 2018-2019, all parties couldn't agree and couldn't get the consensus to have a decision. And in 2020, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, COP26 was postponed in 2021. So 3 years we have a delay, and hopefully in 2021, this year, November, in Glasgow, finally we can get the conclusion. So although we didn't have any rule on Article 6, now many country and international organizations try to develop the Article 6 pilot project for future arrangements. And Japan and Switzerland, we have a bilateral cooperation such as the JCM and Quick Foundation. And World Bank ADB also, they launched the support for accelerating the Article 6 implementation. So that is the current status of the negotiation. And so what is Article 6 is that, as I mentioned, we have three mechanisms under the Article 6. Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8. So 6.2 is a regional or bilateral cooperation. And as you can see now, there is several mechanisms which will be implemented under these mechanisms. And Article 6.4 is a sustainable development mechanisms. And these mechanisms also will generate Article 6.4 emission reduction. So basically CDM will be transitioned under these mechanisms. And in the future, new supervisory body will be launched to manage these mechanisms. And Article 6.8 is a non-market approaches. And so this mechanism will support for mitigation, adaptation, finance, and capacity building. So basically this is totally different from the market mechanisms. So non-market approaches we generally call, and many parties would like to seek the future support, future opportunity for those support under these mechanisms. So this slide explains what is the ITOMOS, International Transfer Mitigation Outcomes. So ITOMOS is now internationally, when we're looking at the international negotiation text, we can see those definitions. For example, the real ITOMOS should be real, verify, additional, and also ITOMOS should be represented as a ton CO2 equivalent, and also ITOMOS should be mitigations from 2021 onwards. So although we are not able to get the clear definitions because of the no decision on Article 6 in COP, but once we get the definition of the ITOMOS in COP26, I think in the future we can have a very clear definitions so that we can prepare for the future carbon market. So I think the ITOMOS, I think that there is some different interpretation from the party, but I hope we can get the clearance in through the negotiation this year. So this is the end of my presentation. So now we have less than 50 days toward COP26, and from June to July this year, there was a negotiation by an online meeting, and this year COP26, UK government will try to organize hybrid approaches, including the online and in-person meeting. So by the end of the October, there are several technical expert dialogue will be prepared. So I hope all parties will try to find the landing zone so that we can decide Article 6 of the rulebook. And as I mentioned, we have a 3 years delay to start the Article 6 implementation. So in the futures, I think rapid preparation and operationalizations are necessary under the Article 6 after COP26 decision. And also this is a very new mechanisms and new information for everyone under the Paris rulebook. So capacity building for government official and also relevant stakeholders should be considered in the future by taking into consideration national circumstances of each country. So that is end of the my presentations and thank you very much for your kind attention. And I would like to apologize that I cannot join the live session today, but if you have any questions and clarifications on my presentation, please feel free to contact me via secretariat. So again, thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak and sampai jumpa lagi. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kentaro Takahashi. So if you have a question about Dr. Kentaro Takahashi topic, you can chat. You can write it in our chat room along with your email, and we will deliver it to Dr. Kentaro Takahashi. So it's a very an interesting topics about carbon offset. So maybe the good example of the offset setting is the Tokyo Olympic game, the last Tokyo Olympic game. Okay, we will move to our next speaker. Dr. Varsolo Sunio. Dr. Varsolo Sunio is from School of Management, University of Asia and the Pacific, Pasig City, Philippines. Dr. Varsolo Sunio is a lecturer at the School of Management. He teaches business analytics, management science, and operation research. He completed a PhD degree in urban management at Kyoto University in 2018. And then a master's degree in industrial and system engineering at the National University of Singapore in 2014. MS Physics degree at the University of Philippines in 2010. And then BS Physics with Computer Engineering at the Ateneo de Manila University in 2007. His area of research interests include urban mobility, sustainable finance, energy transition, sustainable development, transport data analytics, quantum choice modeling in transport, and he also has published papers in a number of international transportation journals. So Dr. Varsolo Sunio has joined this conference today with us. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Varsolo Sunio, who will be talking about various aspects of sustainable transition in transport and energy in Global South country. Pak Agus, please play the video presentation.
Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation to speak in this conference. I'm very pleased to share with you all the research I have been doing for the last 3 to 4 years on the various aspects of sustainability transitions in transport and in a global south country. So my name is Barcelo Sunyo, and I'm a lecturer at the School of Management of the University of Asia and the Pacific. So this is the outline of my presentation. So I'll begin with understanding transitions in general and the research agenda of this network of researchers called SDRN. And then I'll present the different case studies that I have done in the Philippines. And I'll end with a summary and research agenda. So first off, the introduction. So as I've mentioned, I've been doing research on sustainability transitions for the last 3 to 4 years, and I'm a member of this research network called SDRN. So this is a network of scholars dedicated to advancing studies and scholarly works on transitions towards sustainability. And in 2019, the network has published a paper outlining the agenda, state of the art, and then the future directions of research in this domain. And as you can see, it has various aspects like power and politics, governance, civil society, culture, business, organizations, everyday practice, geography, ethical aspects, and methodological considerations. Next is understanding transitions. So why a socio-technical transition? The departure point and the underlying motivation of research in sustainability transitions is the recognition that many of our environmental problems, such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, and resource depletion, comprise grand societal challenges. And these problems are brought about by unsustainabilities in consumption and production patterns. And we have tried to fix these problems using incremental improvements and technological fixes, but we have come to recognize that these are not enough. What is required is radical shift and fundamental change in our behavior, in our business model, and in our culture. And these shifts are called sustainability transitions. And there are many frameworks that we can use to understand transitions. And one of the most popular is the multi-level perspective of transitions. So it's called multi-level because a socio-technical system is understood to be comprised by 3 levels, namely niches, which are the loci of radical innovations and experimentations. The second level is the regime. So this is the level of current structures and practices characterized by dominant rules, institutions, and technologies that are self-enforcing. And the landscape level, this is the exogenous, broader contextual developments. And according to this framework, transition happens when the innovation that takes place at the niche level is scaled up, is broadened up such that it's able to overcome and transform the dominant regime. Now, so I'm especially focusing on the global South context. So in the context of developing megacities, we encounter challenges due to institutional settings, governance structures, and urban mobility challenges. So I'll now present different case studies on state governance, civil society activism, cultural rhetoric, conflicts, tensions, finance, the geography of transitions. And I have published a number of works appearing in different transportation literature. And I also have studies that are currently under review. So I'm presenting those case studies that have been published and currently under review. Now, the first aspect is the state in the governance of transitions. And the starting point is that uh, the large-scale society-wide transformations imply a key role for the state. And because of the urgent need to accelerate, to speed up these radical transitions at shorter periods, then the role of the state is important. And we have come to acknowledge that the range and depth of powers that only the state can call upon will be required if radical and rapid transitions are to be achieved. And I used the case study of the Jeepney Modernization Program of the Philippines, which is the program initiated by the state agency, namely the Department of Transportation. So, what is this Jeepney Modernization Program? So, it's not simply about replacement of old jeepneys with new jeepneys. That means it's not only about modernization, but also about overhauling the practices, culture, and current models. And it's designed to be gradually accomplished over a transition period of 3 years. And this forms part of the grand plan of the government to improve the quality and environmental sustainability of public transport operations within the country. And we try to examine the process of change uh, uh, by the Jeepney Modernization Program. So here we have experimentations happening at the niche level, and through the range of power of the state, it's able to deepen, broaden, and scale up these niche level experimentations so that hopefully, after a number of years of efforts, so this dominant regime will be overcome and replaced by this new regime. Of course, there are a number of forces resisting and opposing this transition initiative from some politicians and incumbent transport groups. Now, so in this process of change and transition, the state is the central actor and meta governor. Now, I would like to summarize some of the key insights from our papers. So we highlight the state as a public meta governor in accelerating sustainable mobility transitions in a highly complex transport system of the informal transport sector. And because of the multi-actor and co-evolutionary nature of socio-technical transport transitions, the unique role of the state in coordinating these various actors and steering co-evolution, providing directionality towards sustainable futures is highly significant. And while the state can indeed accelerate the destabilization of the incumbent transport regime, the speed, the pace at which the state can foster, encourage, promote the development of new niches which can replace the old regime is still very slow and gradual. Now, the second aspect we look into is the role of civil society activism, and this is a work published in case studies on transport policy this year. Now, the starting point is that, and this is from sociological studies, so we acknowledge that social movements are agents, powerful agents of social and political change. And they can influence the political agenda setting by the state in various ways, like staging protests, lobbying, or mobilizing public support. So we try to borrow these insights from sociology into transport transition studies. And this kind of research on the role of civil society in transition towards sustainable mobility is gaining traction over the years. Now, for this case study, we use the experiences of two urban social movements in the Philippines with significant online presence, namely Alt Mobility PH and the Pearl Project. So these are two organizations which have already initiated, implemented advocated for a number of policies, solutions, and proposals to the politicians, like this linear park, and also a petition, as well as the Magna Carta for dignified commuting, which is now a bill pending for approval in the Congress. And we studied the mechanisms in which these two urban social movements uh, is influencing the political agenda setting by the state. And a very helpful framework is the multiple streams approach, in which there are three streams. So problem stream, the politics stream, and then the policy stream. When they're all coupled together, uh, so that opens up what we call a policy window that can influence the agenda setting by the state. Now, this is also from the paper, which is the process model of formation and collective action of online urban social movement. So what this figure tells us is that the social media platforms are being used by these social movements to construct uh, what we call spectacular publics and mobilize certain moral frames to uh, produce or generate a collective identity that can influence the agenda setting by the state through the coupling of these three streams. Now, so what are some of the key insights? First, we need a robust civic sector for the renewal of the cities. And then one way in which this civic sector can influence uh, the politics is by coupling the three streams of problem, politics, and then policy, so as to pressure the state to adopt sustainable transport policy agenda, thereby contributing to sustainability transitions. Now, the third aspect is rhetoric and legitimation of change. And this is based on a paper that we published also this year in the Research in Transportation Economics. Now, our departure point is that the dominant pro-car logics are very much entrenched in our current practices, that whenever we try to promote sustainable travel behavior through public and active transport modes, our efforts are often met with resistance and opposition. So that means that transition towards sustainability, it involves a lot of contestations of dominant cultural logics and the formulation of alternative logics, which is a type of cultural change. And in this process of delegitimation and legitimation, rhetoric plays a crucial role. So, what is rhetoric? Rhetoric is the art of persuasion by words and is concerned with how language might influence the way an audience thinks, feels, or acts. And our current work examines the role of language, specifically rhetoric, in facilitating the processes of sustainable travel behavior change. So what we did is we examined a number of corpus of articles and uh, obtained from mainstream newspapers, and then we classified these articles into car private vehicle corpus, that's the CPV corpus, and then the PAT corpus, which is the public active transport corpus. And depending on which mode of transport is being promoted by these articles. And we examined different rhetorical orientations, so convenience, status, economic, environmental, impact, justice, equity, geographical, health, privacy, safety, security, and problem solution. So we examine which rhetorical orientations are deployed, appropriated by each corpus in promoting uh, their standpoint or perspective. And in general, what we have found out is that pro-car corpus uses convenience, status, privacy, health, safety, security orientations to justify their use of cars and rationalize their non-use of public active transport. And on the other hand, pro-public active transport corpus uses economic, environmental, impact, justice, equity, and geographical orientations to criticize the use of cars and promote sustainable options. So what does this all mean? It means that pro-car and pro-public active transport corpora appropriate each of the orientations differently. And this implies and demonstrates the discursive struggle by both corpora. And the implication is that any attempt to render our pro-environmental, pro-sustainability messages more persuasive necessitates the delegitimation of contrary rhetorical orientations by addressing the issues associated with them. Now, the fourth aspect is on tensions and justice struggles in transitions. And this is based on the article that I have published this year in the Transportation Research Part D. And here, the departure point is that in any transition, it is inevitable to have winners and losers. And this is an understudied and oft neglected perspective, the perspective of fair or just transition. So what I did is to conduct a case study using 3 ongoing transition initiatives in the Philippines. So namely the non-legitimation of motorcycle taxis, the formalization of jeepney, and the implementation of high priority bus system. And then I use this justice framework consisting of 5 dimensions, namely distributive, recognition, restorative, cosmopolitan, and procedural justice. And then what I have found out is that uh, each of the projects, each of the transition pathways, namely the non-legitimation of motorcycle taxis, formalization of jeepney, implementation of high priority bus system, they are making certain justice claims. But in the process, they're also perpetrating dominant injustices. And this conflict between the claims of justice and then the perpetration of dominant injustices results to a conflict or tension. So, for instance, in the formalization of jeepney, we can find that there's a tension between the distributive justice claim and the procedural injustice being perpetrated by the project. And this results to a disrupted sustainability action. So, in fact, because of this tension, there has been a lot of disruption in the formalization or modernization of jeepney. So what are the key insights? We have to remember that any change raises urgent questions about justice. And if the transition is unjust from the normative standpoint, it is never sustainable. So we have to consider a diversity of perspectives, stakes, and interests involved in any transition so that we can ensure that the transition is just and fair for all. Now, the first step is just to be sensitive to these tensions, conflicts, and contestations, so as to find ways to resolve them. Now, the fifth aspect is on finance and capital mobilization, and I use not transport transition but energy transition. So this is based on a paper that is currently under review at the Journal of Global Transitions. And this is a very important aspect in any transition, how to mobilize capital and finance to steer investments into a more low carbon direction. And definitely, and since the transition is large scale, then public sources from the government are not enough. So what we also need is to mobilize funding from the private sector, especially from the commercial banks. So this is based on an ongoing project with, in collaboration with the RE developers. So we look specifically into the case of merchant plants. So merchant plants are a new asset class because they don't have long-term power supply agreements and they only sell their generated electricity to the spot markets. And just a bit of background, recently the Philippines set this aspirational target of 35% renewable energy share in the power generation mix by 2030. And according to some RE developers that we have interviewed, a pathway to achieve this 35% target is to build more merchant plants. But the problem is that these plants are finding it very difficult to achieve financial closure because of lack of access to funding. And in fact, if we are able to close this finance gap, then the RE industry in the Philippines can move ahead very, very quickly. So this is the main challenge in financing new RE merchant projects. They don't have long-term contracts with a distribution utility, and because of that, they don't have predictable, stable revenues, which makes the bank quite averse in lending to these types of projects. So we have interviewed a number of banks based in the Philippines, and the key insights from our study is that it's the government-controlled banks, partly because of their mandate and mission in supporting national development, that have more appetite towards merchant plants. While the private banks, despite their announcements and declarations of more aggressive pursuit of sustainability, it seems that it does not influence much their credit frameworks and methodologies. So in the end, there is a fundamental gap between the private banks and then the merchant plants. So that means that we need to pass and implement more policies to de-risk these merchant plant projects from the perspective of private banks. And then finally, I examined also the role of intermediaries in transitions. And this is based on the paper that we submitted for review to the Journal of Transport Geography. Now, especially in the context of developing countries, the role of intermediaries is very promising and very important because these intermediaries, especially the development aid organizations such as JICA and ADB, they are playing a very important role in the transformation of public transport system in the ASEAN region, especially. So for this study, we used the case of railway development in Metro Manila. And this railway is being developed through the assistance of JICA and ADB. So these are the two railway projects, the North-South Commuter Railway Project and then the Metro Manila Subway Project. So both projects are still under construction. And based on multiple interviews that we have conducted, we come up with this model of intermediation in which JICA and ADB serve as an intermediary facilitating the exchange of resources between private firms, both Japanese and non-Japanese, and then the government agency in the Philippines, which is the Department of Transportation. And because of this flow of resources, the government agency is helped in the various stages of railway development, such as visioning, pre-investment, and then implementation of the two railway projects. So the key insight of this study is that development aid organizations acting as intermediaries between Japanese and non-Japanese firms and the executing government agency are facilitating the cross-border transfer of knowledge, resources, and capital, contributing to the diffusion of railways in a developing megacity. And in a state-led transport transition, these development aid agencies not only provide ODA or capital as a financing modality, but they also provide critical resources to a government agency with a limited fiscal capacity, technical expertise, and time to implement these large-scale, complex, and technologically advanced transport infrastructure projects. Now, I have come to the summary of this presentation. Now, some concluding remarks. So I have given a brief overview of the different aspects of transition in transport and energy. And well, in most studies in the transitions literature, they originate mostly from the global north. And according to a number of scholars, there is a need for theoretical pluralism and geographical diversification in sustainability transitions research. So this is also an invitation for those scholars based in the global south, especially the ASEAN region, to contribute to uh, this kind of research. So examining the struggles of transitions in the global south, because I think this context, the global south context, has its own challenges, especially that the institutional settings in the developing country context are weak and in need of expertise. So thank you so much, and I very much welcome any collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farsolo Sunio, for the great talk about transport and energy. Dr. Farsolo Sunio has joined us today. So I will open for the discussion. We encourage you to ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. Okay, first maybe we have two questions from Mr. Adik Bahanawan and Ms. Luna Ngeljaratan. Maybe Mr. Adik Bahanawan first, who raised the hand first.
Hello.
Yes.
My sound is clear?
Yeah, a little bit. But can you maybe increase the volume?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sunil. Good day. My question is, I want to know the correlation about your topic with SDGs concept. In SDGs concept, we have education parameters. How about in your concept, your transition concept? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't yet explored that aspect, the education aspect in this framework. Yeah, because my departure point is that the agenda paper set by the society, STRN, so in which they cover different aspects. But definitely, if you're going to include education, so probably it will fall under civil society. Yeah. So yeah, we examine different sectors and aspects, and probably it will fall under that sector of civil society.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a little bit good parameters because most of South Asia in South Asia country we have a lot of challenges in educational sector to go to deliver the transition program what you described now.
Thank you, Mr. Adik. Maybe the second question from Ms. Luna Ngeljaratan, please.
Thank you. I hope you can clearly hear my voice. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dr. Farsolo Sunio. I'm Luna. I'm the program director. I always contact with all the video submissions and your short bio and everything that we need. And so thank you very much for your really kind contribution to our event. So my question is really like I have a really broad aspect because this is not actually my expertise, but I'm always interested in any areas that are related to the Sustainable Development Goals. So my question is like, this is like for your professional opinion, if this is about the major challenges for us living in developing countries towards more sustainable transportation, because now, you know, like for example, in Indonesia, it's really easier. I mean, the cars, like the cars and the taxes, the price is getting cheaper and the taxes is getting lower. Also, it's really easy for us to actually get a loan from the bank. also the regulation is not that strict, you know. But I just want to know if you think it's more appropriate or it is more maybe considerable to set like a more a strict rule. For example, like in China, they have a Beijing Chinese a licensed lottery. In order to get a license, you need to get a lottery. So it's getting more difficult to get a car. This is just like some personal but a professional opinion from you. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a policy question, which is highly contested. Like, but in my case, what I try to do is to learn from civil society. So actually, I have I'm always in touch with the opinions of civil society, and including their posts, because my impression is that especially the mobility advocates, so they are really a rich source of ideas on what policies should be adopted by the government. But the challenge there for civil society, it's really to gain that political influence that could challenge dominant and the status quo mindset of the state. So that's for example, right now in the context of COVID. So the rallying cry here is to set up bicycle lanes, all over the metro. And then fortunately, after a lot of pressure from civil society, so the government was did construct like a network of bike lanes in Metro Manila. Yeah, so it's not very easy to implement a policy because it's always challenged by incumbent regime actors. So that's why it's good to think about in terms of sustainability transitions, especially the politics involved, because any change that we propose, it's going to be contested by the incumbents.
Thank you. I really get the notes about the government, like how far the government should involve in this matter. And I completely agree with you. And I think we, especially in Southeast Asian countries, we really face the completely the same problems. But of course, in Indonesia, we have more like maybe issues compared to Philippines, because first from the number of populations, of course, and also like the geographical standpoint. But today I'm so like grateful to learn like a lot of things from a lot of new knowledge, especially from your point of view. And also for us who completely have a different background, we completely understand and we can take a really nice key points from your lecture. So thank you very much, Professor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Farsal Sunio, and also participants. Maybe let's give all the invited speakers another round of applause. Okay, now we are entering the second session for our parallel session. All the speakers are already recorded their presentation. After the video presentation, we will have 5 minutes for Q&A. So our first presentation is from Sanusi and Angga Wijaya Homanpasa from Indonesian Institute of Science. Mr. Angga Wijaya Homanpasa will be presenting the paper regarding building a synergic commitment to plastic waste governance in the Asian region. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation. Mr. Angga Wijaya has already joined us today, so maybe we will wait for seconds for the video presentation. Okay.
My name is. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angga Wijaya Homanpasa, and I am presenting in this event with my colleague Sanusi. We are from the National Research and Innovation Agency. We want to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing us to come in this forum. We're here today to present about the plastic waste management in the ASEAN region. Our objective is not to try and persuade you to take a stand on this issue, but we would like to try and present both sides of the issue in order to share the information related to plastic waste management issues. Our topic today is building a synergic commitment to govern the plastic waste management in the ASEAN region. Let us continue to next slide. The objective of this paper are to review and raise the several issues such as plastic waste and environmental impact of COVID-19 on plastic waste problems, policy and management on handling plastic waste, especially in the ASEAN region. As we know, the increase in plastic waste is alarming, especially since the population growth spike is difficult to control. Our issue is a challenge for stakeholders in ASEAN countries because the problems are closely correlated with the level of environmental pollution. And next, these are our methods that we use. Our methods start with defining question and objective to address the challenge of plastic pollution in Southeast Asia. Would require novel problem solving, innovation ideas and technology, and establishing a supportive innovation ecosystem in which this solution can thrive. In order to elaborate the research issues, we employ literature review of relevant publications such as research paper, report, and news stories related to plastic waste management and policy direction both in the ASEAN region and globally. This method consists of 7 steps, namely defining, conducting, screening, evaluating, extracting, analyzing, and synthesize data and information which relevant to elaborate. And next, let us show the results and discussion section. The section consists of 6 subs that interconnected. First subsection elaborates the actual and potential impact of plastic waste, especially several issues such as plastic waste negative impact, ecological footprint, escalation of consumption, and ecological impact on plastic waste related to COVID-19 and public awareness. Second subsection elaborates plastic waste management issues such as decomposing process and waste recycle urgency. The third subsection elaborates technology transfer urgency, which elaborates responsible and necessary action, sustainable development, biodegradable plastic, recyclable plastic, and alternatives to compostable plastic. In subsection 4, quite different to previous subsection, the sub review the legal framework and numerous regulations which stipulate waste management in ASEAN member countries. At least there are 4 characteristics of this framework, such as ASEAN Way, or the principle in conducting, implement the regulation in ASEAN, and in relation to cooperation between ASEAN member countries. Then soft approach law, national regulation of each countries of ASEAN members, and international convention, especially related to environmental law. There are disparity among ASEAN countries in the context of legal basis. One significant legal fact is the disparity on participation or being contracting parties of several environmental law conventions, which show in the table 1. Then is subsection 5. In subsection 5, we will discuss the plastic waste management in ASEAN countries. From the previous slide, it is known that technology transfer is urgent to handling plastic waste problems. The rationale are differences in the management of plastic waste among ASEAN member countries and innovation and technology capacity. The table 2 informs us that among ASEAN member countries, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, and Myanmar, the recycling rate of plastic waste is above 50%, while the Philippines, Indonesia, Laos, and Cambodia are below 50%, and Brunei by 15%. Whereas in countries with a percentage of plastic waste recycling above 50%, the method generally applied are composting, sanitary, landfill, and open dump. And then we go to subsection 6 that will discuss future policy direction. In the previous slides, we already reviewed and elaborated legal and environmental issues. The subsection tried to review the future policy direction. At least there are 4 policy directions for ASEAN related to handling management on plastic waste. Application of 5R concept, exchange best practices, strengthening waste management policies, and effective regulatory framework. And next, let me briefly summarize the main point of conclusion. On section conclusion, waste management must start with reduction with more integrated waste plastic management in ASEAN region. It's the priority to waste separation at the source. The source is essential to achieve reuse, recycling, and recovery of waste. Waste processing and treatment is very important in holistic plastic waste governance. It is essential to critically examine and identify all potential aspects and options for waste treatment. Numerous initiatives have been proposed to encourage collaboration among ASEAN member countries in solving Southeast Asia plastic waste problem. First, strengthening research collaboration in the field of science and technology related to the environment to bring up new innovation in plastic waste management. Second point is strengthening technology intervention by applying for technology transfer among ASEAN member countries. Then third point is formulation of a joint policy framework and action plan on tackling plastic waste, which contains guidelines for states to implement circular economy activities, research collaboration, technology intervention, and technology transfer. Another strategy shall be concluded to schedule a mutual collaboration agreement between ASEAN member countries, which contains a policy framework and action plan for tackling plastic waste in Southeast Asia to manifest the joint commitment. Those are conclusions of our presentation in this opportunity that bring us to the end of our presentation today. Now I would very interested to hear your question and comments. And thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Angga Wijaya. Okay, it is a interesting topic, plastic waste. Plastic waste. Everybody talking about plastic waste, but we know from your presentation that Indonesia has only doing recycling like less than 50%, and we also conducted all the like the negative action to remove the plastic waste, like open burning, open dumping, incineration, and etc. Okay, I will invite the participants and other presenters to ask the question to Mr. Angga. Is there any question? You can ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. So we have like few minutes. So maybe I will ask. So maybe I will take the chance to ask to Mr. Angga. Mr. Angga?
Please.
Yeah. You said that this is a like synergetic action toward the ASEAN countries to reduce the plastic waste. So in Indonesia, in Indonesia itself, do we have like a synergic action? So Indonesia is a vast country, like 34 province with their autonomy rules. So in Indonesia itself, can you explain the plastic waste management in Indonesia before we talk about the Asian countries? Maybe we can talk about our country first. So maybe you can explain to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Dian, for your question. I try to answer your question. Current development, Indonesian government have at least two regulations concerning the plastic waste or to handling or tackling the plastic waste effect to environment. First is the household management household waste management, and the first regulation is household waste management, and the second regulation is the marine debris waste regulation in the peraturan presiden or presidential regulation on 2018 and 2019. But until now, there is no hard evidence yet that this regulation is well implemented by the multi-level or multi-actor or stakeholder which related to the plastic waste management in Indonesia. It's a good question because there is current development. Current development, I actually joined the policy team with the Research Center for Oceanography, LIPI, then maybe now the BRIN, to make a revision, to propose the revision about the marine debris regulation, especially in the method to tackling the plastic waste. We called it jaring sampah, or I don't know in English it's jaring sampah, crawl, waste crawl, in order to as a solution, a technical solution to reduce the negative impact of household waste into the Indonesian waters. This research paper is interesting because ASEAN is maybe different to maybe if we compare to European Union as which has a super or super infrastructure gap or maybe quote unquote joint parliament or government maybe have authority to stipulate a regulation between among the country member. ASEAN is a unique one because the ASEAN way is have a non-intervention principle that every member of ASEAN is to obey it. And why this paper is proposed the jointly framework, because the regulation is because there is a disparity regulation to tackling or handling the plastic waste issues in every member country. Maybe that is my answer to your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Angga. I think it's already time for us to break for lunch. We will start again our session at 1:30 p.m. local time. Thank you, and we will meet again exactly like 30 minutes from now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your
Recording in progress.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and once again, welcome. Okay, so as we just announced in the chat room that we just currently have technical issues with the breakout room. So please, right now, we are ready to open again the breakout rooms as you just see.
Recording in progress.
Myself, we are from Research Center for Biomaterials, Indonesian Institute of Science. First of all, I would start from introduction. Indonesia has been experiencing the rise of average temperature over the past 10 years, with the mean annual temperature increase by about 0.3 degrees Celsius and projected warming from 0.2 to 0.3 degrees Celsius per decade. Households in Indonesia and other temperate countries have a high dependence on air conditioning to achieve thermal comfort. The installation of cooling devices at home is in a high demand as they do not only preserve a cooler temperature but also maintain the heat. However, buildings with air conditioning typically consume more energy and emit more carbon dioxide. Another source of energy used in an Indonesian household is the use of the lighting equipment, especially for middle and low-income families, that adds into the total energy consumption of household. Therefore, it is of interest to design the most effective and energy-efficient house to reduce the cooling and electricity bills. The design should consider the site-specific climate and material to improve the energy efficiency. Also, house design should require detailing that meet the performance requirement. Besides the rising temperature, the design of Indonesia house should also confront the hazard as the country lies in a highly active seismic zone. Therefore, it is of importance to not only implement the energy efficient concept in a house design, but also to ensure the safety of their occupants during a major seismic event. Objective. The object of this research is to improve the energy saving of a household and to assess the design safety from the seismic perspective by maximizing the daylight and reducing heat gain using solar shading device as well as analyzing the local seismicity. This study proposed the earth science, climate science, as well as earthquake engineering should be combined to explore an innovative architectural design of a house with a safety assurance from the earthquake perspective. As a case study, the house is assumed to be located at Sukabumi with a recent active seismic and considerably high temperature. Sukabumi was selected due to the region's electronic and geological conditions, which frequently cause natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. An innovative concept for a house is present and the house design is described first, followed by the analysis of energy efficiency and structural safety against earthquake. Method. The architectural model of the house is shown in Figure 1. Modeling is done using SketchUp for web. The selection of house location considered the previous earthquake is which there were several places in Sukabumi that were affected with several damage. The house only has one floor and for a simple design. The design of the floor plan comply with local culture to ensure the comfortability of the occupant. The cross ventilation is achieved by installing windows in the bedroom, living room, and roof. The most important building element for tropical climate is window shading, especially for the Indonesian house, as it located on the equator. Thermal radiation passing through the opening, increasing the indoor temperature. In addition to this, opening is crucial for reducing the electricity consumed by lighting appliances. As estimation of the possibility of shading is necessary when designing opening for windows. For shading analysis, it is necessary to know the time of shadow cast per day of the year. Figure 2 shows a simple graphical method that determines the shadow based on the solar angle for the surface or the solar profile angle. Equation 1 is used to design all the shading and opening in Sukabumi house. With its ceiling mount windows, the building is designed to maximize daylight in the bedroom. Large overhang were designed near all of the windows as means of reducing glare. Analysis of a high energy efficient housing. In order to effectively analyze a high efficiency house, three steps are considered: the analysis of the local climate and meteorological data, in this case Sukabumi, modeling and orientation analysis, and analysis of energy efficiency and cross ventilation. Understanding the local climate data are the first step toward designing future strategies. The local weather data are modeled using climate consultant software that read from Energy Plus Weather format. Using Energy Plus Weather, climate consultant helps designers select the best climatic design strategies. Design of seismic load and seismic analysis. The design response spectrum of the house is generated seismic design map based on the location coordinate of Sukabumi. The seismic design parameter and the value used in the design are given in figure 3. The design of seismic lateral load in this project is conducted using the simple design procedure as per American Society of Civil Engineers. The simple design procedure is permitted to be used following limitation. From the inspection of the building plan and configuration, the building was categorized as simple building. Therefore, the simple design for calculating the seismic load could be used. However, a response spectrum analysis is still conducted to ensure safety, considering the system as a single degree of freedom structure as equation 2. Result and discussion. Weather analysis. Sukabumi has a total area of approximately 4,162 square kilometers. The climate here consists of two seasons, the dry season and the wet season. Climate consultant software was used for more detailed analysis of local weather data. The weather data of Sukabumi is shown in figure 4 that illustrated the dry bulb temperature. The chart shows the average temperature for each month in a year. Throughout each month, the dry bulb temperature remains relatively stable. The local dry bulb temperature is relatively comfortable, around 18 degrees Celsius in the morning and 25.62 degrees Celsius at noon. The wind rules in figure 4b describing the predominant wind direction and frequency, as well as wind velocity for Sukabumi. Relative humidity above 70% is indicated by a light green shade. In general, the wind comes predominantly from the north. The psychometric chart illustrated the design strategies as a powerful visual aid for understanding the relationship between supply air and relative humidity. Through the climate data file, a dot represents each hour. A residential building in Sukabumi was evaluated for its thermal comfort using the adaptive comfort strategies shown in the diagram. An adaptive comfort through ventilation is the only proposed strategy for Sukabumi with the estimate value of 2.3%. Therefore, the following strategies can be applied. Orient the windows with the prevailing pressure and incorporate shade windows for natural ventilation. Cross ventilation can be maximized with a narrow, long floor plan to reduce glare and heat gain. High ceiling and pitch roof areas. Balance daylight by allowing enough south glazing and reduce heat gain by minimizing west-facing glazing. Based on the observation, the passive strategy is sufficient to be proposed for the future design of house in Sukabumi. Shading analysis. To determine the location of the sun during any given period of time, a sun path diagram is essential. Sun path diagram reveals how many sunlight hours a location receives at any given location based on each component. The simulation allows for more detailed explanation of the availability of daylight that may be harvested on a given day, which is useful in the location of the total daylight extraction on that day. A simulation is conducted to predict how much illumination is available each year. A sun path diagram is analyzed visually visually using sun factor, altitude, and azimuth, which were generated by using the sun path curve for each period. The set curve can be seen in 3D view using sun path 3D simulator. Across the sky dome, curve generated by the sun are used to reduce glare during the daytime and increase daylight. Moreover, Windows shading is a necessity to prevent sunlight from entering through windows in tropical climates. January and June were chosen as sample for sun shading in Sukabumi. In the case of Sukabumi, the selected shading solution reduced the incoming solar radiation flux by more than 80% both in January and June. Daylight analysis. A dynamic daylight simulator was used to analyze the daylight analysis. Daylighting analysis is primarily simulation to understand and quantify the amount of natural light in a house. The analysis can help reduce lighting load and create more comfortable space. The house was assumed to have 88mm single pane glass windows with variative size. According to Sukabumi weather data, most of the dynamic daylight comes from bedroom 1 and bedroom 2. The average illumination level 300 lux. Useful daylight luminance measure the percentage of time that a space receives adequate daylight and also identify when the light level are too high or too low. Useful daylight illuminance is based on three standards. First, less than 100 lux in insufficient daylight. Second, between 100 lux and 2000 lux is useful daylight, and third, for more than 2000 lux is too much daylight and can result in visual and thermal discomfort. The useful daylight illuminance result from the house are shown in figure 7D. The selected shading solution can provide useful daylight 300 to 3000%. Seismic analysis. From the inspection of the building plan and configuration, the building was categorized as a simple building. Therefore, the simple field designed for calculating the seismic load could be used. The method used the assumption such that the house is expected to respond to seismic extension in its fundamental lateral mode. Therefore, the house should be low risk without planned irregularity to avoid torsional movement under seismic load. The static seismic load method is started by computing the seismic weight of the house as the function weight and height, as well as the seismic coefficient. The result of story and diaphragm force using equivalent static analysis are given in table 1. A response history analysis is also conducted, in which the house is modeled as single degree of freedom system with the stiffness as 0.2 kN per millimeter. Using mass and stiffness, the model frequency of previous step, and employing the principle of dynamic, compute the model frequencies and corresponding model shape. The model mass and model participation factor are then computed as the function of seismic weight and model shape. The fundamental model of the house is computed as 0.31 second associated with 3.2 Hz of frequency. The maximum displacement at roof level is computed as 0.154 mm associated with 2.8 drift that is still below in the limit of 3% drift for structural safety assessment. Conclusion. The result from weather analysis revealed that the sun shading device is an important option to minimize heat gain and improve daylight. Various window configuration influence the lighting distribution in the building model space in significantly different way. A configuration like this achieves an adequate amount of daylight transmission into the house. Meanwhile, the detailed relationship between the dynamic lighting effect of windows and the position of the sun was analyzed based on the 3D simulation model, which should receive more attention when designing architecture. This suggests the designer, architect, and government should focus on the implementation of sun shading device as the priority. As from seismic analysis, it is concluded that the preliminary design saw acceptable performance during the design earthquake. The drift is considered below the maximum limit, assuring that the house is expected to perform well during seismic event. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ananto, for the great talk about the tropical house. So we will have 5 minutes for Q&A. We encourage you to ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. Okay, we have one question from Mrs. Bernadetta Ayu.
Okay, thank you. My voice is clear.
Yes.
Okay, for Mr. Ananto, we know that we are in Indonesia that has a systemic active zone, right? And not only in Sukabumi, but we have another area that potential for earthquake. And my question is that possible that your design and your team design is applied to other area with rather similar topography or some like similar area like Sukabumi, or your design is only for Sukabumi? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bernadetta. Maybe Mr. Ananto can answer the question.
Okay. Thank you for asking. Possible to build a house like a model in this study in another region in Indonesia. That we know in Indonesia is 3 zone in seismic in map seismic design to build like in standard national Indonesia. It's possible to build that. And yeah, that for to explain further about like seismic design in simulation, maybe I would like to ask my partner in studying seismic design, Luna Nurdianti, for help to answer this question to more clear. Ms. Luna, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I hope you can hear my voice clearly. So, so there are 2 things that we design for the house. So first is for the local seismicity, and the second one is for the environmental condition related to the temperature design. So for the seismic perspective, the answer is no, because the seismic design is really site specific. So if you remember the response spectra that we generated in the slide, it was actually specific for Sukabumi only. So for example, if you would like to build a house, for example, in the, let's say in Lombok or in Padang or in other active seismicity areas in Indonesia, then you should actually adjust your design. So this is my answer from the seismic perspective. And for the architectural perspective, I invite also our co-author, Dr. Dani Pulitasari, to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Luna. So similar like Dr. Luna, this house is perfectly designed only for Sukabumi. So if we would like to change to other location, of course, there is a different kind of topography and different kind climate condition, especially lighting. So we should change, for example, the window and then building orientation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. To clarify my answer before, I think possibly, but need further analysis to final decision about can we build this house in another place. I think that's.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ananto, Ms. Luna, and Ms. Dani for the answer. Okay, we will move on to our next presentation. Our next presenter is from Yusuf Amin, Danang S.Adi, Teguh Darmawan, Dimas Ribowo, Wahyu Dwianto, Rati Damayanti from Research Center for Biomaterials, Indonesian Institute of Science, and Forest Product Research and Development Center, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, regarding the characteristic and potential utilization of Yopo wood. Mr. Yusuf Amin from Research Center for Biomaterials will be presenting the presentation. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all participants. My name is Yusuf Amin from Research Center for Biomaterials. I would like to present our research results with the title Characteristic and Potential Utilization of Yopo wood. As we know, the increasing of population growth and the rising advancement wood industries led to the enlargement number of global wood consumption. Based on the FAO data, the global production of logwood was increased approximately 15% over the period 2000 until 2018. The global production of soundwood and wood-based panel in 2018 were 28% and 127% increase from the production in 2000. And based on BPS data, in Indonesia, production of logwood and soundwood were increased 27.5% and 14.8% over the period of 2016 to 2018. On the other fact, recently the communities and industries are still utilizing the commercial woods, whereas the availability of those woods currently is decreased due to high degradation and deforestation of natural forests. So there needs some alternative solution. The increasing of forest degradation and deforestation in Indonesia has encouraged to the use of the lesser known wood species, which are abundantly and recently has not much been explored and utilized. Yopo wood, with another name Itadenia peregrina, is one of the lesser known wood species with a mean annual increment of 2.77 centimeter per year and grow up to 20 meter tall, which has rarely been studied. Yopo wood is a member of Fabaceae family, the genus of Anadenanthera. This species is originating from South America. In the native habitat, this species is known as Jopo or Cohoba. This wood has a wide geographical distribution and good properties for various uses. In Indonesia, the Yopo wood can be found in the Purwodadi Botanical Garden, West Java, East Java. So the objective of this research are to investigate the characteristics of Yopo wood, including the physical and mechanical properties, anatomical feature, and the chemical component of Yopo wood. This specimen, the branch of Yopo wood with 10 cm in diameter, were taken from Purwodadi Botanical Garden, Pasuruan Region, East Java, Indonesia. The physical and mechanical properties and the chemical composition analysis were conducted at the Research Center for Biomaterials Cibinong, while the observation of anatomical properties was conducted at the Lignocellulose Anatomy Laboratory, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Bogor. The technical procedure of this research were referred to the British Standard for Physical and Mechanical Properties, Mokusitsu Gakkakujiken Manual Standard 2000 for Chemical Component Analysis, and Standard of the International Association of Wood Anatomies for Anatomical Properties. As we need to know that the physical and mechanical properties of wood are important properties that must be recognized before use. The result of this RISH study showed that the density of yucca wood was higher than other lesser-known wood species, which were already reported in the previous study. It is Sengon, Isobium amazonicum, Camelina, and Acacia mangium. Wood density has a significantly effect to the mechanical strength of wood. Mechanical properties of wood are properties related to the wood ability to withstand loads as external force acting on it. Mechanical properties of wood are usually the most important characteristics of wood products to be used for structural building material. The strength of wood, particularly MOE and MOR, is directly proportional to the density value. But generally, the level of wood strength is identical to MOR value. The MOA and MOR value of yucca wood was higher than Sengon and Cicerobium amazonicum, almost the same of Camelina, but lower than Acacia mangium. The wood with high MOR value tend to have high strength as well. Therefore, it is necessary to consider ratio the strength to weight of wood, SW ratio, because the higher the value ratio MOR per density, the wood getting better and more suitable for construction use. Based on MOR value, yucca wood could be classified into the strength class 3 to the strength class 2. It was higher than both of Sengon wood and Cicerobium amazonicum, which have strength class 4 to strength class 3, but lower than Acacia mangium, which has strength class 2. Table 2 shows the chemical component of yucca wood. The hollow cellulose content of yucca wood was 80%. It was almost similar to Cicerobium amazonicum, but lower than Acacia mangium. Based on previous study, yucca wood has low content of lignin. It is 23.81 to 26.16%, and that it was lower than Cicerobium amazonicum. It about 18% and Acacia mangium 27%, but almost similar with lignin content of Sengon wood. Yucca wood has more of extractive 3.03 to 7.42%. It was higher than Cicerobium amazonicum, Acacia mangium, and Sengon wood reported in previous study. Based on this chemical component, it's possible to use yucca wood as raw material for bioethanol production. This slide describes the anatomical observation of yucca wood. Based on macroscopic observation, the color of yucca wood was cream and slightly brownish. The fiber direction was blended with a decorative pattern. This is medium to white in hardness with smooth tooth impression or shiny. Even though the wood texture was medium to raw. The surface of the sliced wood was slightly shiny. In cross-section, there were interesting patterns due to the presence of a clear growth ring, but the presence of this pattern was less visible in the radial and tangible section. It is no special odor in yucca wood. And based on microscopic observation, the growth ring of yucca wood was distinct. The vessel cell was diffuse with diagonal pattern. The average of vessel diameter was 146 to 160 micrometer and frequency about 6 to 9 per millimeter square. The perforation plate were simple, with the axial perimeter was paratracheal, aliform until confluent. Some prismatic crystals were found inside the axial parenchyma chamber. with the number of cell per parenchyma strand were 5 to 8 units. The tip of insulated fiber was found. The cell wall were very thin in early wood and thin until thick in late wood. The type of rice were homocellular. The type of rice were homocellular with the form of lying cell and composed by 1 to 3 series. At the conclusion, according to the physical and mechanical properties, particularly density and MOR, and anatomical feature, Yopo wood could be classified into the strength class 3 to the strength class 2. This wood is suitable and potentially used as raw material for light construction and furniture. And Yopo wood has a high content of hollow cellulose and relatively low of lignin. So this wood has potential and enable to be used as a raw material for bioethanol production. At the end of my presentation, I would like to thank to the JSPS Alumni Association of Indonesia program for financial support of this research as well. I think that is my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf Amin, for the great talk about the potential of Yopo wood for bioethanol, production, because it has like high content of cellulose and less content of lignin. So we will have 5 minutes for Q&A. We encourage you to ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. Okay, I see Mrs. Bernadetta wants to ask question. Please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian. Okay, Mr. Yusuf Amin. According to you, Yopo can be alternative wood that have a good properties and can apply as reconstruction, furniture, and bioethanol product, right? And my question is to support this. My question, is it easy to grow Yopo, and how many years we can harvest Yopo wood for this application? And for the last, I want to know that for now, where is we can find Yopo other than in Purwodadi?
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Bernadetta.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for Mr. Bernadetta. I would answer your question on question 1 about how to is the Yopo wood because Yopo wood is categories to fast growing species, but I still now I not have the harvesting the year of to harvesting the Yopo wood, because the Yopo wood is in Indonesia only found in Purwodadi Botanical Garden, which we know that there are species collection species. So we don't do cut for free in Purwodadi Botanical Garden. And as I answer that about Yopo wood is only on Purwodadi Botanical Garden, and I not data, but in other region in Indonesia.
Okay, so Okay, so Yopo wood is only found in Purwodadi Botanical Garden.
Yes.
Mr. Yusuf Amin. So you want to know the potential of the Yopo wood?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see another question from Mr. Adik.
Yes, Mr. Adik.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My question is too simple because we have developed design of some design about these properties, Do you do the acoustic test maybe to this UFO specimens? Thank you very much.
Okay. I think I not yet the testing of acoustical properties, so it's very potential to encourage to the testing for acoustic for the potential use in material building.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yusuf Amin. We will now move on to our next presentation. Is from Agus Mudo Prasetyo, Agung Sumarno, and Luna Nurdianti Ngeljaratan from Research Center for Biomaterials, Indonesian Institute of Science. Mr. Agung Sumarno will be presenting the papers regarding a preliminary of temporary shelter from engineered wood for post-disaster mitigation. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation. Thank you.
My name Agung Sumarno from Indonesia Institute of Science. I would like to present our paper. The title is A Preliminary Study of Temporary Shelter from Engineered Wood for Post-Disaster Mitigation. Introduction. Tropical cyclone Seroja hit Lombok, Indonesia in 2021, and earthquake in 2018 with magnitude 6.9. More than 500,000 people were affected. Most of the deaths were caused by falling debris. One of the mitigation strategy is to provide the local people with a temporary shelter with greater protection than immediate shelter. So in this study is focused on the preliminary design of temporary shelter for post-disaster mitigation that highlight the utilization of glulam as well as analysis of strong wind and seismic load that is implemented in the design of the structural component of the building. Method, general description of the shelter and scope of work. Building design in this research is a 2-story wood frame shelter with 2-meter elevation and dimension 9 meters width and 15 meters long, floor to roof 3.5 meters. Building component are roof, floor, wall, and columns. Scope of work in this preliminary study is only focused on the design of roof header and wall seating to highlight the implication of the design wind and seismic load on the structural component of the shelter. We can see in figure 1 shelter plan in this research. Design reference. We according to national design specification for wood construction for wood structural member ISJS 7 for wind load, life load as well as gravity and seismic load, and then Western Wood Use Book for equivalent uniform weight of wood framing, and then seismic design map from Indonesia Ministry of Building for response spectra, and then International Building Code for design of roof, floor, and wall seating. Design of life load and gravity load. Life load are distribute load at the floor, and roof life load, and dead load are roof dead load, wall dead load, floor dead load. The value can be seen on the table. Design of hurricane load. The design wind pressure is based on ISSH 7 for main wind force resisting system. MWFRS can be solved by equation 1, and the design wind pressure for component and cladding CC can be calculated by equation 2. The requirement of ICC 500 shelter should be designed for impact of windbound using the missile criteria for hurricane shelter. So for estimate the design force can be calculated by equation 3. Figure 2 shows MWFRS system and CC system with the wind zone. Design of seismic load. Parameter for seismic load design based on location coordinate Lombok, Indonesia. The parameters are soil class type, PGA, SDS, SD1, and seismic design category, impact important factor. The design of seismic load in this work is conducted using the response spectra method of the multi-degree of freedom MBF structure can be solved by equation 4. Result and discussion. Design wind pressure. The minimum basic wind speed for the city of Lombok was estimated as 160 km per hour. So design wind pressure is computed using equation 1 for MWFRS, the results shown in table 2, and the wind design load for CC shown in table 3. And for hurricane modeling, the missile criteria for hurricane shelter based on Florida Building Code FBC is specified as 2 multiplied 4 in wood chute with a weight of 4 kg. The missile speed is estimated as 40% of wind zone speed for vertical surface and 10% wind zone speed for horizontal surface. So estimated value VT as 64 km per hour for vertical and 16 km per hour for horizontal pressure. The upper bound value, the stiffness Kmax is 7.3 kN per millimeter, and Kmin is 3.9 kN per millimeter. So the result is shown after calculated in figure 3. The figure shown that a higher impact load of the windbound missile is expected on the vertical surface of the building component. These values are further used to design the critical component of the shelter, such as shear wall, and should consider the allowable stress design coefficient. For seismic analysis, after we calculated using response spectra method, we get the displacement of the top floor is computed as 0.0214 0.0214 meters associated with the base year of 42.16 kilonewton. Considering story drift for a seismic building should not exceed 3%, the top floor displacement is still within the acceptable value. So the result is safe. And then stability of structural member of glulam. An example of structural member design using glulam as described in this study is a roof header. So we use glulam 24F V4 DFL is designed as roof header. Size is 130 multiplied by 300 millimeter square with moisture content MC 0.12. Each square meter of roof system deliver a total of 20.5 kilonewton per meter load from the roof to the structural support. So after we calculate, we get support reaction of the header R is 26.52 kilonewton and equal to shear V. The maximum moment of header calculate as 17.18 kilonewton meters. The allowable deflection due to live load is 15.24 millimeters, and due to total load allowable is calculated as 21.59 millimeters, and the critical buckling design load is calculated as FBA is 26.83 MPa. Nah, the reference design value and adjustment factor are taken from provision with the value as shown in table 4. From this value, we calculate reference design value and we compare with load design value using glulam DFL. So we got the value of loading design. All of value is lower than reference design value. So this component, glulam 24V F4 DFL with the size of 130 multiply 300 millimeter square is safe to be used as roof header with a uniformly distributed load. And then design of wall seating. This design of wall seating is given for the upper and lower shelter following the BBC. We get the seismic force on the wall at upper level. RU is 1.83 kilonewton, and RU for the lower level is 3.66 kilonewton. So the design seismic force upper level lower than lower level. Yeah, so we find unit shear at upper level is 0.52 kilonewton meters, and for the lower level unit shear lower level is 0.78 kilonewton meter. So the design of wall seating, we use plywood with these properties, yeah, with these properties, but different closer spacing. Yeah, for the upper level use 2D at 40 in, and for the lower level is closer spacing using 10D at 3 in. So we get the block capacity of upper level using these properties is 0.69 kilonewton per meter safe, because is the value lower than unit shear, and for the lower level is 1.90 kilonewton per meter. This value bigger than lower level unit shear value, so it's safe. So conclusion, this study provide the design example of several structure member of the shelter as post disaster mitigation effort using Lulam with a site specific location at Lombok and TB. The design example are given for roof header and wall seating, considering the utilization of glulam and cross-laminated timber as structural component. The stability check is conducted on the roof header analysis, and the selected dimension is safe to support the design load. The capacity check is conducted on the wall seating analysis for the upper and lower level of the shelter, and the selected details are also adequate to support the design load. This is our reference, and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agung Sumarno, for the great talk about the potential of glulam as a shelter for post-disaster mitigation. Okay, we will have 5 minutes for Q&A. We encourage you to ask the question directly by clicking the raise hand button. Okay, so I see Mrs. Bernadetta Ayu wants to ask the question. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you for Mr.
Agung Sumarno.
Oh, Agung, okay. For Mr. Agung, you said that the design focus for temporary shelter, right? Okay, and this I want to ask about how long this design could be used. This is my first question, and then the second question. You use glulam for design, for roof and floor design, right? Could you explain more, considering that you use this glulam? Thank you.
Mr. Agung?
It's me.
Oh, okay.
Mrs. Tian.
Miss Luna will be answering the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. So I'm here on behalf of the author, Agus Budo Prasetyo and Agung Sumarno. So the first question is about the temporary shelter, how long it's gonna stay. So the difference between this and the immediate shelter is like this one can last longer. So for example, for the hurricane and also for the earthquake, it requires like sometimes to actually for the environment or the area actually to fully recover, as well as to build like a permanent construction. So this is why the design of the temporary shelter is actually adequate for the this type of this type of natural disaster. I'm sorry. Okay, this type of natural disasters. So how long it's gonna stay? So of course it needs maintenance, and it needs like a the analysis, especially after the event. But we expect this with of course this is only a design. It's not this is not yet constructed, but we expect the design to actually stay at least for 25 years. And the second question is about glue lamp. What is really easy. So the answer actually goes back to the provision, because in the design and analysis we require a safety check. And for the timber structures, I think the safest way to design is actually using Bulan, because we already have the handbook in order to design it. Thank you. But in the future, we are interested to use a CLT as well, but probably not for the temporary shelter, maybe more for the house design and other type of low-rise structures, because this one is like a 2-story shelter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Luna. Maybe I think we will move on to other presentation. Our next presentation is from Adik Bahanawan, Teguh Darmawan, Wahyu Dwianto, Wida Banar Kusumaningrum, Ratih Damayanti, Yus Andini, and Bekti Pertiwi from Research Center for Biomaterials, Indonesian Institute of Science, Forest Products Research and Development Center, Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia, and Forest Management Program, Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Mr. Adik Bahanawan will be presenting the paper regarding description of morphological characterization and dimensional geometry for several prospective bamboo. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, I'm Adik Bahanawan from Research Center for Biomaterials, BRIN. This time I'm going to present some of our previous research collaboration about characterization potential bamboo for renewable building materials consisting anatomical, physics, chemical, mechanical, thermal, acoustic, optic, and morphological geometry. Aim of this project is to give recommendation about development and utilization of several potential bamboo. Specifically, this presentation will explain a little progress of our activities related to analysis of density, type of vascular bundle, bending strength, and dimensional geometric parameters. Background of this research was, as we know, there was good potential of bamboo in our country. There are no less than 161 species found in Indonesia. Of course, not all of them are optimally known and utilized. Aim of this project was to know physical, mechanical, and morphological geometry of several potential bamboo. Method, we measure and analysis of several bamboo methods to standard testing. Result and discussion, we will discuss about bamboo strength, morphological parameter, taper standardized ratio, and equational regression analysis. Conclusion, we know about the properties bamboo and it become recommendation for its development and utilization. Now we are going to background. Firstly, as we know, talk about bamboo as building materials. Bamboo are good resource with strength quality, easy propagation, plus grow 3 until 5x harvested. Many species distributed almost at every region. Bamboo can be resourced for alternative building materials. In this perspective, itself can be used directly or as engineered bamboo. This is a sample for origin state. and this one for the application. And as engineered bamboo, we know Zephyr, laminated bamboo, strengthened bamboo, laminated bamboo lumber, and etc. This is the example of engineered bamboo as a panel maybe or lumber. Research question. We must know about fairness, mechanical and durability, anatomical, pieces and compound, morphological and geometry. This is what I'm of this research. We are going to methods. 7 types. 4X bamboo collect from Bamboo Garden Research Center for Biomaterials, BRIN, Cibinong, where ampel kuning, ketung hitam, andong, ater, betung, sembilang, and mayan. Every type of bamboo was measured, telling their work, density, type of vascular bundle, bending strength, morphological parameters, geometrical analysis, including taper and standardized ratio, and of course, we will construct the regression equation. We are going to resolve in this question. We have physics, anatomy, and mechanical properties. We have density telling, vascular bundle type, modulus of rupture, and modulus of elasticity. For density, we have average density of all type bamboo were between 0.6 and 0.75 gram per centimeter cubic. All type bamboo have vascular bundle type 3 and 4. For MOR, we have average value between 1,141 until 2,049 kilogram force per centimeter square. For MOF, we have average value between 112,050 until 178,038 kilogram force per centimeter square. Now we are going to morphology. We have total length and total internodes value. Total length was about 11.90 until 50.32 meter. Total internodes was about 33.70 until 36.83 pitches. Internode length, outer diameter, inner diameter, and thickness with biggest and smallest value from base, middle, and top part of each bamboo. We can conclude Ater was bamboo that had good preference in internode length. Sembilang was bamboo that had good preference in outer diameter and inner diameter. Betung hitam and betung was bamboo that had good preference in thickness. Now we discuss about equational regression for morphological parameters. This equational was created from number of internode and morphological parameters. We can conclude that internode length have polynomial equation, while outer diameter, inner diameter, and stem thickness have negative linear equation. Now we can look at equational regression of each bamboo. This is ampel kuning and ketung hitam. The red line was internode line. The blue one was outer diameter. The green line was inner diameter, and purple was stem thickness. This is andong and ater. This is betung and sembilan. And this is Mayan. Can we predict value of internet long, outer diameter, inner diameter, and stem thickness from number of internet? Yes, of course, from this table. Now we are going to this next slide. We will talk about uniformity and morphological bamboo. This slide just shows us uniformity morphological parameters from standard deviation. Smaller standard deviation value, more homogeneous morphological parameter value will be. Good uniformity for internal length was ketuhitan, outer diameter and inner diameter was angka kuning, and stem thickness was Mayan. Can we predict stem thickness? Yes, of course. From this table, we can see we have equational regression between outer diameter and inner diameter. Growing stem thickness very helpful so that in case if we need stem thickness of more than 1 centimeter to make laminated bamboo, we can use betung and betung hitam until 70 internode, but for andong, atar, and mayan are only until 7 internodes. Seven types of bamboo in this research classified as good and big bamboo, so suitable for building materials resources. By the previous information, however, we can choose the bamboos with diameter of around 8 centimeters. For geometrical analysis, we have taper and slenderness ratio. The taper describes the value of taper rod, while the slenderness ratio describes the ratio of length internode to outer diameter of each section. For taper analysis, there was total length, 8 meter length, and 6 meter. 8 and 6 meter length was chosen because the bamboo sold by trader is generally 8 and 6 meter in size. For slenderness ratio, this knowledge will be especially useful if we are going to test the compressive strength of bamboo rods, especially the compressive strength parallel to the fibers. In this slide, we have visual description between slenderness ratio and stem thickness that has negative linear equation. Same as the previous equation, this equational regression can predict value of thickness just from known slenderness ratio value. So we are going to conclusion. All type bamboo have vascular bundle type 3 and 4. All type of bamboo have density range between 0.6 until 0.75 gram per centimeter cubic. We have more value and MOA value. Total length was about 11.90 until 50.32 meter. Total internodes was about 33.70 until 56.83 pitches. We have regression equation. For internode length, we have polynomial, while outer diameter, inner diameter, and stem thickness was negative linear. We can predict morphological parameter value by regression equation. Example, stem thickness from outer diameter and inner diameter, and stem thickness with slenderness ratio, and etc. All type of bamboo recommended became resources for building materials with special preference. For your information, we have an eco-house project, which is an environmentally friendly house project by utilizing lignocellulose materials such as bamboo as a component. In this project, we use bamboo as a material for window and door frame from zephyr and strand-woven bamboo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Adik, for the great talk. So we already have two questions. The first one from Mr. Imran Araat, and then this maybe we will have just two questions. In the second one is from Maya Ismayanti. So please, Mr. Imran Araat.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adi, I have an opinion that if a bamboo if has a very short, or not very short, but short internode, I think it is better to use for a pole, because in my opinion that short internode will make strengthen the bamboo as a whole, as a pole, I think. Do you agree with my opinion? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, of course, but not. We cannot generally this claim, because in my research, petung hitam has more shorter. Mayan maybe has the shorter internode length than petung hitam, but actually the result testing about the bending strength give the result petung hitam has more strengthness better than other one. I think it's very interesting to declare to explore more, because my research and my research team is not going too far to research this one. I think like that.
Okay, Mr. Adik, for the answer. Maybe for the second question from Ibu Maya Ismayanti.
Yes, it is clear, my voice.
Yes.
So, okay, Mr. Adik, thank you for the great talk about bamboo. So my question is, from your study, from your experiments, so in all bamboo, what parameter that closely identically with the species of bamboo? Because just now I'm doing characterizing bamboo using the PCA, principal component analysis, guided by PYGCMS, that we characterize the component of sugar, lignin, and extractive. But unfortunately, by that kind of method, we cannot characterize, because usually even though the different species is closely related each other, then we cannot characterize the unknown bamboo respectively. Okay, thank you, Mr. Adik.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to thanks to Ms. Maya and Mr. In my experience about bamboo, I can claim that one or two method to simple clarify what is this species is from morphological, like texture of the bark maybe, and of course furthermore this is a little bit close to taxonomy. And then second one is about the anatomy. I have maybe Dr. Ratih, my co-author here, and Prof. Fahmi can talk more about the anatomy. But the principle for us to we have we must holistic to declare what is the species is. I think more from anatomy, disease, mechanical, physical, morphology, and furthermore, we can try to get the data about the acoustic one and about the optical maybe and morphological geometry. But as my opinion was, I think the best way is for general person like me, we have to know the morphology all of the species. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adik.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adik, for the answer. We will move on to our last presenter. Our last presenter is from Jamaluddin Malik, Basharuddin, Rudi Dunggani, and Ali Albirnaki from Forest Product Research and Development Center Indonesia, Civil Engineering, Balikpapan Institute of Technology, Indonesia, and School of Life Science and Technology, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Mr. Ali Albirnaki from Institut Teknologi Kalimantan will be presenting the papers regarding the study on the potential of carbon storage in house building with the frame structure made from sengon wood impregnated with PF resin. Please, Pak Agus, play the video presentation.
Study on the potential of carbon storage in house buildings with E-frame structures made from sengon wood impregnated with phenyl formaldehyde resin. According to Paris Agreement 2015 of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, global community should commit to holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, recognizing that this will significantly reduce the risk and impact of climate change. 1 year later, Indonesia made a commitment to reduce emissions by 29% independently and 41% with international support. As a nationally determined contribution and disease, this promise has been submitted to the UNFCCC Secretariat in 2016. The latest updated NDC document has been submitted by the Environment and Forestry Ministry on July 21 of this year. The document stated that a large vast of emissions reduction is expected to come from the forestry and land use sectors by 2030 at 24.5%. This makes up around 692 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. The Indonesia's NDC will contribute to achieving the convention's goal as stated in article by reducing greenhouse gas GHG emissions and improving climate resilience, which will lead to long-term economic development. Climate change policies will align with long-term economic development by reducing GHG emissions and improving climate resilience. This policy then placed forestry and other land use as a leading sector together with industrial processes and product use in major large-scale industry sector by enhancing efficiency in feedstock utilization and carbon dioxide recovery in upstream. Furthermore, Indonesia has taken significant steps in the land use sector to reduce emissions. including instituting a moratorium on clearing primary forests, reducing deforestation and forest degradation, restoring ecosystem functions, and implementing sustainable forest management. Wood is effectively 50% carbon. For the purposes of this European standard, the value of the carbon content of the wood biomass is determined to be 0.5. The other main elements are oxygen 44% and hydrogen 6%. Some species also contain small amounts of mineral components, which are irrelevant in the present case. Trees and wood also contain moisture in different forms and in different amounts. Wood is generally dried down to the moisture content appropriate for the end use. The moisture content of some wood products is proportionate to the manufacturing process. The amount of moisture content in the wood affects both the dimension and the bulk density. With the removal of moisture, the wood shrinks and the bulk density decreases. The moisture content at this point in time is also required to determine the amount of carbon dioxide absorbed on the basis of the specific values for volume and gross density of the wood to be used and the wood products. This paper presents a study on sagon wood used for house material with E-frame structure in relation with carbon storage therein. The manufacture of cement, steel, and other building materials associated with this wave of construction will be a significant source of greenhouse gas emissions. This potential threat to the global climate system could be turned into a powerful tool for mitigating climate change by investigating the potential of mid-rise urban buildings designed with engineered timber. This might provide long-term carbon storage while avoiding the carbon-intensive production of mineral-based construction materials. The research concludes that for each ton of material, wood has a much higher carbon storage capacity, 0.48 tons, and a much lower emissions, 0.12 tons, than cement and steel, lower than cement and steel. Cement and steel have almost no carbon storage capacity and emit 0.16 ton and 0.54 ton respectively. In order to determine the potential amounts of carbon dioxide that can be avoided by storing carbon in bioproducts, an analysis evaluating the amounts of avoided carbon dioxide emissions stored in the products is required. The amount of carbon dioxide avoided in the ton of raw material can be calculated by assuming that a ton carbon requires 2.67 tons of oxygen to be completely transformed into carbon dioxide. And thus a ton of carbon can produce 3.67 tons of carbon dioxide. Another simplification approach for calculation carbon content in wood products presented in DIN N 16449/2014 wood and wood-based products calculation of the biochemical carbon content of wood and conversion to carbon dioxide. This standard is used as reference in this study. And then we used E-frame structure as the basic of calculation of a pre-planned house made from impregnated sagon wood, Falcatrega melicana, using phenylformaldehyde resin. The main advantage of an E-frame house are timeless architectural style, and then simple minimalist design, secure and strong structure, requires favorable materials, adaptable and versatile, good insulation, works well in cold and warm climates, scalable build, more affordable than a traditional four-wall home. Sengon is one of most familiar wood species planted either by the farmers in community forests or by forest companies in Indonesia. Our previous research demonstrates that impregnation treatment Sengon wood using phenylformaldehyde resin resulted in improvement on the physical and mechanical characteristics of the impregnated Sengon wood by 23% density and 9.1% respectively. Referring to other research, phenylformaldehyde treatment also can increase durability of wood. Our design of the E-frame structure as need the total volume of the impregnated Sengon wood for 1 unit of the house is 3.4 cubic meter. The calculation above shows that the carbon storage in Sengon wood in 1 unit designed house with E-frame structure is 1.73 ton carbon dioxide. This number is very important and will be significantly contribution to carbon storage in national level if many houses built using wood as their materials. If we refer to national data, Indonesian backlog until 2019 reached 7.6 million units. If we use the assumption that all houses from the backlog will be built using Sengon wood with E-frame structure, the potential of national carbon storage from this part of construction development sector would be 12.82 billion tons carbon dioxide, and it would be a huge number to reduce carbon dioxide in atmosphere. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ali Albirnaki, for the great talk and also attractive video presentation. Okay, we will have 5 minutes for Q&A. Okay, we already have one question from Mrs. Rizka Suryaningrum.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask Mr. Ali about the techno-economy aspect. If we use the Sengon wood as the building material, is it effective or more economy or more expensive? I think that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Ali Albirnaki or Mr. Jamaluddin Malik will be answering the question.
Okay, thank you for that interesting question. Talking about economic financial aspect for building house, I think it depends on how our perception. Yeah, in our opinion, using Sengon wood is more economical than others, because Sengon wood relatively cheap. It's about 1 million per cubic meter for the logs, compared to another expensive species like bangkire or something else. Yeah, so this why we promote this species, because so far our community said that Sengon is low quality of wood. For some reasons, yes, but we can prove that Sengon is potential material for our building, our house. So I think this is first stage to promote our resources because Sengon is a faster growing species and then easy to cultivate, and I think it's growth in almost part of our country, like from Papua until Aceh, I think. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see another question from Mrs. Bernadetta.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask Mr. Jamaluddin. Okay, in your presentation, you explain about xenon, and the other you explain about the phenol formaldehyde resin as adhesive, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and your presentation also explain about the emission. My question, according to your opinion, is that phenol formaldehyde resin have an effect for emission if you use this resin?
Yeah. In my previous research, that resin formaldehyde is that I use is very low emission, 0.00 something the emission, and but in this research we want to show that this resin is just for the improve the strength of the wood, as you shown in the presentation, that the effect increase of resin improve or increase 28 for density and 9 point something for mechanical properties. So we can use another one, another reason. I mean, that more eco-friendly, because the people little bit worry about formaldehyde, right? Yeah, this in here we just saw that because so far people worry about the strength of xenon, and then we try to improve the strength using formaldehyde. We can use I think many other resin, yeah. So on more but in our research, the emission of formaldehyde is very low.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Jamaluddin Malik. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of our presentation. We would like to say thank you again for all the distinguished invited speakers and presenters for their informative and interesting talk. We had a plastic waste, house design in Sukabumi, Yopo wood shelter for post-disaster in Lombok, the characteristic of bamboo, and last, the potential of carbon storage from the Sengon wood. Okay, before I close this session, I thank you very much for an interactive session in such a joyful environment. We will continue tomorrow on the second day of the first Icon-Lig and ISSH. The conference link and registration will be opened at 9:30, and you will find the link in your program book. We understand that some of you may require the program book for your professional interests. Therefore, we will update the program book, especially for the authors, title, and abstract section following the final version of your paper that will be published in our Scopus index proceeding. We will send the program book by your registered email. Therefore, please kindly check it, especially at the beginning of October 2021. So before I close the session, are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your participation. We are looking forward to see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, the communities. Bye.